Doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 39 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police responded to the Bluff neighborhood Friday night for reports of an adult male who was pistol whipped. It happened, or at least the man was found at the intersection of Jamontville Street and the Boulevard of the Allies. A male, police learned, was dropped off at that location by private means. He then was transported to the hospital by an ambulance in critical condition. He's now in stable condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. Pittsburgh police were called to Obama Academy in East Liberty Friday night following a report of a large fight involving juveniles. About 200 juveniles gathered in the parking lot of the school after a sporting event, and police say 50 or so juveniles were involved in a physical altercation. Officers deployed pepper spray to disperse the crowd and restore order. According to Pittsburgh Public Safety, there were no injuries reported. Well, deep conversations are being had among those demonstrating against the ICE fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good. Here's CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes.
Sean Michael Steele at a Minneapolis memorial for Renee Nicole Good is thinking about the murder of George Floyd and how some in the nation reacted then.
I think people just didn't see themselves in what happened then because he didn't look like them.
But Steele says now people are beginning to see that it wasn't about him or her.
This can happen to anybody, and it shouldn't happen to anyone.
Steele says it is important to be here. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
A woman and her dog were shocked while on a run in the Strip District, and now the incident is under investigation. Montana Mitchell says she was running with her dog on Tuesday when her dog Denim was shocked by a live pole at Smallman and 11th Streets. While Mitchell was trying to take her dog's collar off, she too was shocked. Both Mitchell and Denham are expected to be okay. City says the light pole was deactivated later that day and that there will be an analysis of every street pole, light, and masthead in the city. State police are investigating a series of incidents targeting Amish women. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
3 times between October of this month, state police have received reports of men exposing themselves to Amish women in parts of Indiana County. In the first case in West Mahoning, the man used a scooter-style motorcycle to follow a woman in her buggy, pulled off along the roadway, and exposed himself, then did it again once he got back onto his motorcycle. In November, a man driving a gray minivan approached a victim in South Mahoning Township, got out, and showed her his genitals. Then in West Mahoning on Wednesday, a man in a silver minivan pulled alongside a woman in a buggy and exposed himself to her as well. Investigators are trying to figure out if the cases are related, and they're asking anyone who may have seen any suspicious activity to contact state police. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 9:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings clouds and eventually some rain and drizzle with a late day or evening high of 51. Then a couple of evening showers may give way to a snow shower toward dawn tonight with a low of 31, leading to a breezy and colder day tomorrow with a couple more snow showers, high 34. Then clouds and sun for Monday, high 38. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Well, here we go. It's 2026, and Sean Horn is here, and we have a lot to get to. The open enrollment period underway. It began on January 1st, 888-818-6334. So I guess the big story with your PGH hat, if you're watching this in a Steeler hoodie on the Metropolitan Window video screen or our YouTube channel, if you want to see it and hear it stream live, go to kdkradio.com and click on KDKA Watch. Do we have a chance Monday night?
I mean, you get a chip in a chair, you have a chance, right?
Right.
So, I mean...
That's what Oregon thought last night.
That's what they thought too, yeah, for sure.
They got throttled.
So they're at home, in primetime game. Tomlin does pretty well in those arenas, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of up in the air about it, but I feel better about this year's wild card game than I did last year. Like, I had a feeling that Derrick Henry was going to run right through us, and he sure did. I worry about the Texans' defense. I think they're good.
The best in the business.
And I don't know that our offense is as good as theirs, so we're going to have to get some lucky bounces and some turnovers, I think. But, look, they got the chip in the chair. So I'll say they're at least 50-50 on this. And maybe the crowd factor, the weather.
Would you be willing to put money on them if they're a 3-point underdog?
No.
You didn't hesitate there, did you?
No, not at all. Vegas knows what they're doing. I will never bet against Vegas because somehow, someway, they always get it right. So
will your Penguins ever lose again?
Let's hope not. I'll tell you what, they're a lot of fun. I am. They're a lot of fun to watch and a lot of energy. The up and down the lineup, they're grooving right now. So hopefully it just keeps going and we become buyers at the deadline and make a playoff push. That would be cool too.
All right, listen, we are making a push now with the open enrollment period. He has a lot to get through. So 200 calls into the company per day.
Still, yes. So we're currently in the open enrollment period, which there's a misnomer around how these enrollment periods work that I want to clear the air on to make sure everyone is fully educated. So from October 15th and December 7th, that's the annual enrollment period for Medicare. AEP, annual enrollment period. We are now currently in the open enrollment period if you have a Medicare Advantage plan. That's the key component there. You have to be on a Medicare Advantage. You have to subscribe to those HMOs or PPOs and pay your copays when you use your health care. But if you're on one of those types of plans, we are still helping about 100 people per day assess their options and make a change if necessary. Think about that. And it's all because this is a very topsy-turvy Medicare market that we're working in right now. There's a lot of change that happened, a lot of it around the prescription drugs. So if you're somebody who faced a little bit of sticker shock when you go to the pharmacy, especially here in January, and it probably will continue into February, this is now the time to call to see if there could be something more advantageous for you and your needs. So again, we're taking 200 phone calls a day still. So we're still helping a lot of people. If you need our services, 888-818-6334. So by all means, the A team is standing by at the office now through noon. Feel free to give a call. Free guidance and advice for your Medicare needs. Today, we're also going to be talking a lot about Medicare Part B. And why this is so important is because it's probably the biggest area of confusion when it comes to enrolling onto Medicare. When do I do it? Am I going to get penalized? What's it going to cost? What does it cover? We're going to go through all of that today. So I would strongly advise you, if you're looking into Medicare within the next year or two, or you want to get a better knowledge base of Medicare, grab your pen and paper. I'm going to go through this information slow so you can write it all down. But we are going to knock out about 80 pages of the Medicare and You booklet here today during this show. And then want to talk about the fact that we are going to be at the 50 North Wellness Expo at the Sewickley YMCA from 12 to 4 on January 24th. That's a Saturday. So for those of you who are 50 and older and you want to tap into some resources about what retirement might look like for you, how to really uplift your health situation and get some information, no cost for that as well, please call 419-423-8496 for more information. Again, that's 419-423-8496 for more information or to register. We will be there. We are very excited about that opportunity. But, you know, again, we're going to be spending a lot of time today talking about the Part B and the open enrollment period. But again, for Part B, you definitely want to get your pen and paper ready. We're going to go through a lot of information, as well as we do have our new to Medicare seminars returning. So
you enjoy those, don't you?
We do, and we get a lot of good engagement. We feel like the audience, when they come, they get exactly what they're looking for, which is education. They get to ask their own questions about their personal situation. So we love it. We love doing them. So we're going to be back in the Cranberry Library on January 13th. Monroeville Holiday Inn and Suites on the 20th. January 27th, I will be at the Upper St. Clair Community and Rec Center. February 3rd, Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. February 10th, Holiday Inn Express in Green Tree. And then February 17th, Sewickley Public Library. So if you're going to be new to Medicare in the next 12 months and you need to know what you need to do or what you're potentially looking at, these are the events you need to attend. 888-818-6334 or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab.
We have so much to get to on this program today, but the good news is you really helped a lot of people during the annual enrollment period. Thousands.
We actually got the final tally this past week, and we actually went over 10,000 people served from October 15th through December 7th. 10,000 people. And we're still helping. Here we are, it's January 10th. Every day this week, we helped at least 100 people obtain new coverage who were either losing it and didn't know, or they went to the pharmacy and they faced a big expense. So yeah, it's pretty crazy how this Medicare market has taken a turn, but thankfully there's a lot of resources and help available if you know where to look. And thankfully that's exactly what we do all day, every day. We look for those options for our clientele and for our neighbors.
It's really been a very unique year, hasn't it?
It is. And, you know,
people getting notified how their health insurance was being cut off and just the prescription drug situation.
Yeah. So I think we're coming to a crossroads with Medicare in a way because there is a drop dead date on it, which is within 10 years now. So we're less than 10 years away from Medicare going away as it's currently scheduled. But, I mean, a politician would have to be a fool to let Medicare expire. So I don't think that it's, you know, all gray skies out there. I think that the skies will part and they'll come to a solution. But until then, they're trying to figure out ways around how to make the program viable. So you're going to see a lot of adjustments year in and year out on who's eligible. Are they going to push it to 67 now? Pay attention to those news headlines because I think it's going to start appearing a little bit more as we move forward now.
Well, one of the big stories in the last day or so, ACA, the House has given it a thumbs up. Now the Senate's going to have to see if they're going to buy in on that extension. A lot of people with concerns right now with health care, right?
Oh, big time. I mean, with the ACA side of things especially, I mean, we're seeing premiums skyrocket very quickly here. I mean, people who are used to paying $500, $800 are now having triple their monthly payment. A lot of people are thinking, you know what, I can't afford it, so I'm going to go without health care, which brings on a whole nother set of issues. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the Senate. I don't know which way it's going to go, but I hope for the greater good that people are still going to be able to use their health care.
Hey, if you're going to be new to Medicare in the next 12 months, whether you have a 65th birthday approaching or you're considering retiring soon, opportunity to plug in and see what you need to know as far as no cost, no obligation. How do you do it? You simply contact them, set up an appointment, 888-818-6334. Go to MediConnectInsurance.com. You want to know about the seminars, MediConnectInsurance.com/seminars. We have a trivia question.
We do, and I went super easy for the audience today because we were still pretty busy this week. So I think that we're going to get an answer pretty quickly here. But
I did not know this.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so maybe it's a little tougher than I thought.
It's going to be.
So the question being, because we got a playoff game upcoming for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who is the only Pittsburgh Steeler to ever win the league most valuable player award?
Instead of taking the 10th caller, I should probably use this person's number because this isn't going to be easy. There's been a lot of great players on these teams.
Listen, I agree with you, but
okay.
I think it would have been one of my first guesses.
All right. If you think you know it, 412-922-1020, you want a $25 gift card. No, $15 gift card.
$15 get-go gas card.
We're so cheap. We got to spiff it up a little bit.
Hey, that's above my pay grade.
You and me both. All right, 10th caller, 412-922-1020. We'll be back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Jump in January savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh, boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders, $2.49 a pound. 80% lean fresh ground beef is $4.99 a pound. And in the produce department, sun-kissed navel oranges, 8-pound bags, $5.99 each, and fresh strawberries, 1-pound package, 2 for $6. In our bakery department, San Fran-style sourdough bread, 24-ounce loaf, $5.50 each. And in our deli department, made fresh in-store Coons chicken salad, $9.59 a pound. And top round roast beef or corned beef is $8.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of essential everyday tortilla chips, 12-ounce bags, 2 for $5. And selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $16.
So get into Coons Market for these great savings and more. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, still looking for that first caller. And if you think you know the answer, 412-922-1020. Here's a trivia question to get a $15 get-go gas card.
Who is the only Pittsburgh Steeler to ever win the league most valuable player award?
Okay, let's see. Haven't gotten one yet. I'm telling you, this isn't going to be easy as you would think. I wouldn't have guessed this.
I'm shocked. Okay.
All right, so let's get back to this great show. We have lots of information to get to. Now, a lot of people say the Open isn't as important as the annual, but it depends who you are.
It really depends on who you are, but it also comes down to your situation and your prescriptions a lot of the time right now. So the open enrollment period is a lesser known opportunity to make a change to your coverage, but it is certainly available. We use this opportunity a lot to help our clientele who are stuck on plans that are no longer serving their best interests. So again, as I said in the open segment, we're still getting 200 calls per day into our office right now. So you're far from alone if you think there might be something a little more, to your better benefit. We're more than willing to look into that for you and see if that might exist. So 888-818-6334. Want to talk about Medicare Part B today.
B.
B as in boy, B as in medical. So we're going to go slow to give you a lot of good information. We go over all of this information in our seminars as well. But I'm going to go slow so that you can write it all down and take notes if you like. So we're going to start off by talking about what Medicare Part B is and who is eligible. So in order to be eligible for Medicare Part B, you must be a United States citizen with permanent residence of 5+ years prior to applying. So you need to be in the country for 5 straight years before applying for Medicare Part B. In order to qualify, you either need to be 65 years of age or older. You can also be younger than 65 but have a qualifying disability. or at any age with a diagnosis of either end-stage renal failure or Lou Gehrig's disease. So ALS or end-stage renal, you will be guaranteed eligible for Medicare Part B. When it comes to signing up for Medicare Part B, if you're on Social Security prior to turning 65 years of age, your Medicare Part B will be automatically turned on for you. So you're already collecting at 62, 63 years old, and here comes your 65th birthday. You will be automatically enrolled onto Medicare Part A and B. If you do not want Medicare Part B at 65, you will need to sign the back of your card and then send it back to Social Security. Okay, so if you don't want Part B, you sign the card, send it back. If you're not yet collecting Social Security benefits, you will have to enroll onto Medicare Part B through Social Security by either going online or going to your local Social Security office. They will then set up an appointment to help you complete your enrollment. And listen, folks, I want to be very clear here. Whenever Social Security says, we're going to call you on this day at this time, they are not a minute late. So clear your schedule whenever they say, look, we're going to call you the 15th at 3 p.m.
You know how many ears just perked up? They're like, we better write this down.
I'm telling you, they will call you on the dot. And if you miss that phone call, you're going to the back of the queue. So please make sure you make yourself available when Social Security says they're going to call you.
Don't have your phone on vibrate.
Do not. Yeah, have that ringer on full blast. Clear your calendar. Believe me, it's a very important phone call to have.
We got a winner.
We got a winner?
Yeah, Dave in Indiana.
Congratulations, Dave in Indiana. We will get you the Get-Go gift gas card, and the winning answer is actually Terry Bradshaw.
See, I thought it was an MVP of the Super Bowl, but I didn't realize he was an MVP in the league.
In the league, yes.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. First and only Steeler.
How's that possible?
Well, it's a quarterback award anymore.
Well, we had Ben.
We had Ben, but he also played with Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and Drew Brees and...
Oh, I've heard of those guys.
Aaron Rodgers, I know you heard of him too.
I know. He's a four-time MVP.
Right.
Well, hey, he's a Steeler quarterback now.
Hey, we got a shot. Chip in a chair, like I said. So, again, getting back to the subject, if you are applying for Medicare and you're going through Social Security to do so, which you have to do, when you make that appointment, it is a must to clear your calendar and make sure you're available for that phone call. Now, let's talk about what Medicare Part B costs. This is very important. For most people, Medicare Part B for 2026 is going to be $202.90 per month, which will come directly out of your Social Security check if you're already collecting. So before you get your Social Security check deposited into your bank, they're going to take out that Medicare Part B premium. If you're not yet collecting Social Security, you're going to have to send in a physical check to the government for your Part B premium. Now, there are some people, those who are considered, who are eligible for Medicaid and considered dual eligible. People who have Medicare and Medicaid together, they do not have a monthly Part B premium because these are lower income Medicare recipients. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid together, you do not have a Part B premium. But then there are others who have to pay more than the $202.90 per month for Medicare Part B. And it's because these folks are higher income earners. And what they have to pay is called the IRMA surcharge, IRMAA, IRMA. And that stands for Income-Related Monthly Adjustment Amount. And how you may figure into this is if you are an individual tax filer and made more than $109,000 or $218,000 if you file married, you will have to pay more for Medicare Part B. And they're going to look at your modified adjusted gross income to determine your number. Now, I'm not an accountant. I'm not a financial advisor. I don't know what goes into that number. Please talk to those professionals about your modified adjusted gross income. But I will also tell you as well, it's very important to know this, when they look at your modified adjusted gross income, they're looking 2 years ago. So for 2026, they're looking at your 2024 data. Next year, they're going to look at 2025. So it's continually rotating. So year after year, they will check your financial status and see. And a lot of times people, not always, but a lot of times people who are hit with this IRMA surcharge, it's usually not a forever penalty. Once you're on Social Security, collecting your pension, you're pulling out of your savings a little bit, usually that number drops down to the average and your costs for Medicare Part B will go down. Lastly, you can also pay more for Medicare Part B if you have a penalty. And the way the government issues a penalty or levies a penalty upon you for Medicare Part B is if you do not enroll onto Part B when the government thinks you should. And what it comes down to is creditable coverage. So if you have creditable coverage, you do not yet need Medicare. We're going to talk a little bit more about what creditable coverage is on the next segment. But if you are without other options when you turn 65, you need to get onto Medicare, or you will start accumulating a penalty, which is forever. You do not want that to be your reality.
So that's why we did all this stuff years ago with me.
Yes. That's how we punted it correctly. We pushed off your Medicare Part B enrollment. And then when you do need Medicare in a couple years or whenever it may be, we can flip that switch for you and there will be no penalty assessed.
You know, when you do it right with MediConnect, let's be honest, it's such a joy. Everybody I've talked to that's dealt with you, and some of my friends have stepped up because listening to this show, they love you guys.
We try, you know,
and these are friends who would tell me otherwise if it was otherwise.
Well, that's good to hear.
It is honesty. They're always, they speak from the heart. And they love dealing with MediConnect.
We appreciate that. We love helping as many people as we possibly can. Listen, this is I have a Pittsburgh hat on. Like, this is my neighborhood. This is my city. Like, we want to be prominent here and help as many people as possible because we know how confusing all of this is. We're not perfect. We certainly try our best.
Nobody is.
But, you know, we definitely give it our best in many, many scenarios to make sure that the community at large can, you know, feel like, okay, this is one thing I don't have to do by myself. So if we're able to address that for you and make it a little bit easier of a pathway on to Medicare and an on-ramp, we're happy to serve that need.
It is incredible the things you've done in the time we've been together. It's mind-boggling. All right, let's talk about these seminars, where, when, and I'll tell everybody how you can sign up. They are free, but you got to register. He can do that as well, but we don't want you to miss them out first of the year.
January 13th, Cranberry Public Library. January 20th, Monroeville Holiday Inn and Suites. January 27th, we're at the Upper St. Clair Community and Rec Center. February 3rd, Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. February 10th, Holiday Inn Express in Greentree. February 17th, Sewickley Public Library. And of course, the live advisors are standing by if you have questions about anything related to Medicare or the Affordable Care Act. 888-818-6334.
When Tom Cruise was in town 10 years ago filming Jack Reacher, that library was one of his favorite places to go.
Oh, it's one of mine too. It is such a cool setup there.
Beautiful.
Last time I was there and did a seminar, this is a true story. I have a picture on my phone that I could show you. The Oscar Mayer Wienermobile was parked outside.
Extra mustard?
Extra mustard. Right. You got it.
There you go. All right, short break. We'll come back. Much more to come on the other side. Stay with us.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Is somebody in the family fighting a cold? Pick up a bottle of Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills germs, bacteria, and viruses that are flourishing this time of year. Sniper is available at participating True Value hardware stores or visit disinfectwithsniper.com.
Mommy, how come I can't in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Only 1 in 5 people with disabilities, including those with autism, are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do?
Okay, try me.
What about a programmer?
That is a job for someone with autism.
What about a teacher?
That is a job for someone with autism.
Oh, how about a healthcare worker?
Yes, those are all jobs for someone with autism. The truth is, qualified people with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas and beliefs. Businesses value diversity, but sometimes don't recognize the unique strengths and abilities of the autism community. Introducing WIN, the Workplace Inclusion Now program by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
Ooh, what about a ranch hand?
Yeah! Sure, that's a job for someone with autism too. To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win. That's autismspeaks.org/win.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 42 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police were called to Obama Academy in East Liberty Friday night following a report of a large fight between juveniles. About 200 juveniles gathered in the parking lot of the school after a sporting event, and police say about 40 to 50 of the juveniles were involved in a physical altercation. Officers deployed pepper spray to disperse the crowd and restore order, according to Pittsburgh Public Safety. No injuries were reported. A woman and her dog were shocked by live electricity while on a run in the Strip District. The incident is now under investigation. Montana Mitchell says she was running with her dog on Tuesday when her dog Denim was shocked by a live pole at Smallman and 11th Streets. And while Mitchell was trying to take her dog's collar off, she too was shocked. Both Mitchell and Denim are expected to be okay. The city says the light pole was deactivated later that day and that there will be an analysis of every street pole, light, and masthead in the city. KDK Radio News Time, 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a cloudy start to the weekend with rain and drizzle building in with a high of 51, leading to a breezy night tonight. A couple of evening showers may give way to a snow shower closer to daybreak, low 31. Then breezy and colder tomorrow with snow showers and a high of 34, ahead of a breezy Monday with clouds and sun, high 38. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, next hour, the guys from True Value, and then it'll be AAA Essentials Talking Travel. Then Jason Grant, Medici Wine Importers. You're going to find his story absolutely fascinating. Can't wait to introduce him to the KDK radio audience. So we have a long way to go before we are done, but we're talking about the open enrollment period, and MediConnect is that single source that can take care of everything you need. So go right ahead, Sean Horn.
Once again, as I alluded to in the opening segment and talked a little bit about in the last segment, we are still taking about 200 calls per day, helping about 100
That's
folks.
staggering.
It is. And like, again, we're beyond the busiest time of year. Like right now, things should be slowing down a little bit. And it is still pandemonium because of all the major changes that are happening in Medicare. So if you were somebody who are experiencing sticker shock at the pharmacy, or you're a little concerned about your inpatient hospital copay or other benefits, now's the time, because March 31st, the open enrollment period will end. If you're on a Medicare Advantage plan, now is the time to call to make sure you're in the most advantageous position. 888-818-6334. Now, we talked a lot in the last segment about the beginning parts of Medicare Part B. Talked about how you're eligible, when to apply, how to apply. Now I want to spend a little bit of time talking about what does it cover and what can you look forward towards when you are then eligible for Medicare Part B. So let's start with, what does Medicare Part B cover? And I'm going to make this super simple for everybody who is writing this down and taking notes off of today's show, which is Part B covers medical. And again, to make it simple, we are talking about outpatient services, not admitted, outpatient services, any and all of them covered by Medicare Part B. So let's give a little bit of a list here. We're talking about things like primary care, specialist, physical therapy, outpatient surgery, durable medical equipment, advanced imaging, medicines that are administered to you by a doctor in their office, transfusions, all of those things, and there's a lot more, all of those things are covered underneath Medicare Part B as an outpatient service. And when it comes to what you're going to experience from a cost perspective and out of pocket, when you use your Medicare benefits for Part B, there's a deductible. The deductible is $283 for the calendar year. So starting January 1st all the way through December 31st, once you hit that deductible, you don't have a deductible cost anymore. But once you do meet that deductible, Part B then turns 80/20 for all outpatient procedures. Now, the big deal here is that 20% that you are responsible for, there is no out-of-pocket limit. So that cost can run in perpetuity. It will just keep racking up and going. There's no financial shut-off switch. That is the exact reason that people lean on MediConnect so much, because nobody wants to face that 20% out-of-pocket without the financial shut-off switch, without the maximum out-of-pocket. So if you need help deciphering which of those options makes sense for you, Medicare Advantage, Medicare Supplement, that's what we do all day, every day. So when do you need to enroll into Medicare Part B? For many, it will be upon your 65th birth month. Now, this is a very nuanced and strange situation, but if your birthday falls on the first day of the month, because of course the government got to make things complicated. If your birthday falls on the first of the month, your Part B coverage will go effective the month before. So in my example, my birthday, if it's February 1st, my Part B benefits would actually be effective January 1st. Now, for everybody who's born the 2nd and they're later in the month, your coverage will be effective the first of your birth month. Again, Medicare has to make things confusing. So that's the only caveat there. But there are also going to be a lot of people who do not need to enroll in Medicare when you turn 65. In fact, I'm sitting across the table from one of them right now. And you can push off your Medicare Part B enrollment without a penalty. Here's what is most important about this, everybody. In order to be free from penalty, leave yourself unexposed, if you will, you have to have what's called creditable coverage, which means you or your spouse need to be actively employed and covered by your employer's group benefits. Very, very important. You have to be actively employed. If you're covered by retirement or retiree benefits, I should say, that is not credible. So, if you have retiree benefits available to you, congratulations. We're not trying to pull you off of them unless there's something far more advantageous. But you will need to enroll Medicare Part B because the government does not see retiree benefits as creditable. So, one more big caveat that has come out in the last few years that we do got to talk about as well. For people who work with groups where there are 20 or less employees, as well as people who are employed by the United States Postal Service, you must sign up for Medicare Part A and B at the age of 65. I'll say that again. If you are on a small group plan where there are 20 or less employees, you can continue working, you can keep those benefits, but you are definitely going to need to get Medicare Part B, as well as if you are a United States Postal Service worker, you will need to get Medicare Part B at the age of 65. So, another big caveat coming here and why this is so important. When you sign up for Medicare Part B, you have a window, a 7-month window, where you are approved for whatever health coverage you want, and there are no health questions asked of you. So let's talk about that a little bit, Rob. You are currently dealing with a major illness or injury. Let's say, heaven forbid, you have cancer. When you turn 65 years of age, or better yet, when you turn on your Medicare Part B benefits, you are guaranteed eligible for whatever health coverage you want, and we cannot ask you a single underwriting question pertaining to your health background. That is massive. That is a huge opportunity for people where you could be dealing with something like end-stage renal or a transplant or cancer or other high-expense, medical situations, and you get to pick the coverage that is going to cover a lot of those out-of-pockets far more comprehensive manner. So it is a very, very important time. We call this your golden ticket onto Medicare, because, like Willy Wonka, because when you blow past this window, you may never get this chance again. So it is critically important for you when you are first turning on your Medicare Part B to understand the types of coverages that are available to you so that you can make the best decision for your budget, for your health, and with a little bit of looking ahead as well. That's what we do all day, every day for everyone who needs our services. Once again, we have live seminars. We have the webinars that we're doing for those who are new to Medicare. Our team will come and meet with you in person to go over Medicare A, B, help you sign up for whatever you need. But please understand, this is so nuanced, a lot of caveats. It has become more and more difficult to manage on your own. We are a free, unbiased service, highest rated in our area. I think we're now over 2,100 5-star Google reviews now. And please, go read the words behind these testimonials, because I think you'll come to find we're really good at making this whole process simplified, getting to the crux of what you need without overwhelming you with information, because that is the big drawback to my industry, is the fact that there's so much information that's blasted at you all at once. It's overwhelming. It's confusing. Take all that stress away. Connect with MediConnect, 888-818-6334.
Yeah, what people need to understand, those Google reviews, nobody's getting anything. That's from the heart. And for somebody to take time out of their day to do anything that they don't need to do, they must really appreciate what you do.
One thing we do know these days as well as a consumer is that if you're treated wrong, you're going to let everybody know. So when you're treated right, you don't often put the review out there, right? Because this is just what you come to expect. This is how it should be. And by the way, I agree. This is how it should be. Your needs are unique and individualized, and your that's the part of the puzzle that we enjoy, is like putting your situation together with a program that makes the most sense for you as far as what's available in the market. Because Medicare by itself is boring as all get out. But helping you, the listener, you, the consumer, that's what makes this all worthwhile. So please don't do this by yourself. By all means, feel free to get the information you need, but have an expert work with you through this process, because it is so easy to make a mistake with Medicare that can cost you thousands of unnecessary dollars.
All right, what are we going to do in our last segment?
What do you want to do? Want to talk about the Steelers, the Penguins? I got through everything I needed to talk about, but no, there are some things we do need to talk about with the open enrollment period. We got an event coming up at the Sewickley YMCA that I'm going to talk to you about as well. But we still have a lot of information to go over as well.
All right, so we'll do that. But if you want to set up that appointment, never a charge for their services. We have live representatives. Every week we do this show from 9 o'clock until noon, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Next hour, putting the hammer down on all those 2026 early home improvement projects with the guys from True Value.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Always people wanting to get a couple of questions answered, so we're going to talk to Mary. She joins us now on KDKA. Hi, Mary. What's your question?
Oh, thank you. Does the Advantage plan get a lump sum from Medicare for the enrollee when the enrollee signs up?
I don't know if it's a lump sum. There is a fee structure that the Medicare Advantage plans do get. I know
a substantial amount of money, I recall hearing in the past it was $13,000 or something.
It's funny you bring that up, Mary, because I come across information just this week from one of my partners in the community here, Lifespan. They provided some information that the Medicare Advantage plans get around in Allegheny County, where we're currently, physically sitting here, Rob and I. The insurance company gets about $14,000 per Medicare Advantage enrollee.
Now, is that repeated, you think, annually then, if they continue to be enrolled?
I do believe so.
Well, I'm surprised that's never brought up. It would seem to be transparency would dictate that be done. I mean, that's why you kind of push the Advantage plans. If you don't have a lot of claims on that enrollee, the Advantage plan makes out like a bandit.
Which is true. But I want to be very clear with you, Mary. We do not push Medicare Advantage. We want what's in the best interest of the consumer, whoever it is.
And then real fast, I look forward to the day when they don't have this open enrollment period. I cannot answer my phone.
Yeah.
I no longer, I take everything on voicemail because I cannot answer it, and they're not valid calls. You can't call them back. I mean, why can't it just be done sensibly? You're hitting on the segment of the population that are impaired mentally anyway. I think it's very hard to understand, but if you want to have changes, just make changes. Keep it sensible. That's all I had to say, and I thank you for taking my call.
Absolutely. And listen, I mean, your concerns are valid. They're just way above my pay grade.
Well, you're honest.
Yeah, I mean, but that's governmental. That's nothing to do with MediConnect. We don't have the widgets to turn those wheels. But she does make some good points. I mean, I know that our audience, by and large, it's the baby boomer generation, and you're getting pummeled with phone calls like Mary was just talking about. And I spent a lot of time on this radio show during the annual enrollment period telling you folks, and I'm going to continue to advise you, if you don't know the phone number calling you, do not answer. And if it's somebody who really needs to talk to you, they will leave you a voicemail, and then you make the determination on if you want to talk to them or not. When we're working with our clientele, we make sure we leave a voicemail, and if you want to call us back, you are more than welcome to do so. And why I put this out there in this way is because, as I've alluded to in the past, and I will say it again, it is illegal for Medicare insurance agents, agencies, groups, whatever it might be. It's illegal for us to cold call. We have to have some sort of record on file that says you wanted our attention. So without that, it's illegal. So I know we've talked ad nauseum about this in the past, and I will still stick to my guns there. If you're able to get information from whoever it is that is blowing up your phone lines, you can report that to the district attorney as well, which I would strongly recommend anytime you can, because I agree with you. It's a lot of noise, and it's making our job harder to get good information into the community, which is all we want to do, because your phone line is just ringing incessantly. Who do you pay attention to? Like, it's maddening for us, just like it's maddening for you to listen.
Here's the other thing. How I know how they do it, but how do they get these numbers? How do they get your personal info? I mean,
all it takes is one misclick on Facebook or one misclick on a website where you don't read the fine print at the bottom of the screen that says a live agent may contact you, because it will say that. It has to.
Hey, I've been lonely for so long. Might be a good idea. I start having some people call me once in a while.
You don't want this. When they release the hounds on you here, like Mary was just talking about,
they let them go.
Yeah,
relentless.
It is, and you just don't know how to make it stop. And so I feel her pain. Again, don't answer any phone calls that are foreign to you, that don't look like a number you recognize. Let them leave a voicemail. From there, take action if you feel like it, or try to report it to the DA.
All right, go through the seminars, webinar, everything they need to know. And again, call now, set up an appointment, never a charge for their services. They're getting a lot of calls, but they'd love to add you into the mix. 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. Advisors until noon today.
We are going to be at the Cranberry Public Library on January 13th. January 20th, we're going to be at the Monroeville Holiday Inn and Suites. January 27th, we're going to be at the Upper St. Clair Community and Rec Center. February 3rd, Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. And I'm missing one here. February 10th, Holiday Inn Express in Greentree. February 17th, Sewickley Public Library. Free to attend. We do need you to register so we know how much information to bring that you can take home with you. 888-818-6334, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and you can register yourself by going to the seminars tab. You can also learn about our live webinars through our website as well. We do it every Wednesday. We have 2 showings. Get a couple hundred people to watch those every single week. By all means, if that is a more advantageous route for you, you prefer to do it from the comfort of your home or on demand, if you will, by all means, you can go to our website and register for that as well, MediConnectInsurance.com.
All right, we have to take our final break in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to give it to you. Lots of ground to cover. Obviously, talking about Plan B, why it's so important. But more importantly than ever, this is not going to start regressing. It's only going to be progressing, and there's going to be new things and nuances that you're going to have to stay plugged into. So I highly urge you, if you're not a part of their team, become a part of their team and revisit year and year and year and year and year going forward. Why? Because it's going to evolve. And every time you go back, more times than not, good coverage, better coverage, saving money, that's your objective, and that's what they do every day.
It's exactly what we do every day. And again, there's no charge, no fee, no cost, no obligation, just good information. That's all we want to do. And before I go, I do want to say, in case he's listening, happy birthday, Dad. Today is a big one. First one, unfortunately, without his wife, my mom. Also lost his best friend, my uncle, a year ago. So we're going to do everything we can and make it up for him today. But absolute legend in our eye. In We love you, Dad. Happy birthday.
So, listen, I met your dad at your mom's funeral. Obviously, I wish it was on better circumstances, but the guy looks like he's in better shape than me. So he looks like he could eat a massive piece of cake today.
Oh, yeah. And he's going to.
Get him a couple of beers, let him have a cake.
You got it.
Give him a couple of hugs, tell him how much you love him. Of all the bakeries in Pittsburgh, we've got Oakmont, obviously, but that's out of town. I got Crushmeyer's in my neck of the woods. That's out of town. Growing up in the city, you and Brian, you're city guys.
Mm-hmm.
What was the bakery of choice? You remember?
So,
Brownsville Road. Anybody out there?
Not really. So there's Nancy B's in Homestead is a. She's.
You have some stuff from. They still around?
Yeah. Oh yeah, still around. Actually, just renovated their building. Absolute legendary bakery there. But there's also one on 18th Street that just opened within the last couple years. Can't remember what it's called, but it's right on a turn by the monastery. It's really good food there too. So, look, they're popping up everywhere, right? That's the beauty of Pittsburgh. They've got all these new restaurants and new opportunities to get what you need out of this city now. So, we'll get them taken care of though. So, happy birthday, Dad, and happy New Year to the Pratt Pack and to our extended family here. And looking forward to making it a great one.
So, the Butterwood patty cakes sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I love wedding cake icing, and I've had a few of those. But I love those roses.
Yep.
Oh, the richer the better. I mean, it makes your teeth hurt. They're so good.
You pay for it, but...
How old's your dad today?
He is 73.
He looks good.
Yeah.
Still working.
Still working part-time. Doesn't take any medication. Like, I hope to be like him.
But you know why that is, and that's why I'm still working, even though I could have retired a couple years ago. I think if you keep moving, it works, although I just am moving a little bit too much.
Look, I'll say this confidently to you, and about the entire generation. You guys were built different.
Yeah, we are.
Like, you just put your nose down, and you go, and you come home, and you take care of the family, and then you rinse and repeat, do it over and over and over again.
Can I tell you something?
Without complaining, by the way.
No, this is the first time in my life that I actually do want to slow down a little bit.
As you should.
And I never felt that way, but I'm ready.
You should. I mean, look, you can't keep a chaotic pace forever, so I totally agree with you, but you do need to keep moving.
Yeah. Just slow it down to like 60 hours a week.
There you go.
You know, this social media stuff, when I broke into this business, it didn't exist.
Right.
This is like a full-time job.
I know.
And you know what? Nobody's even watching. You get like somebody, your second cousin on the third. Hey, by the way, I saw you the other day. Anyway, I love promoting what you do. You're great. You've helped so many people. And like I told you, so many of my friends, they're employees. They've all jumped in with you, and they've had nothing but 5-star reviews. So you guys really, really do care. And Lauren did my whole... up right on the grease board. I mean, laid it all out. It was one of the most fascinating things I've ever seen in my life. I know exactly where I stand right now.
Yep. And that's how everybody should be able to operate.
Well, so what are you going to do the rest of today? Go spend time with your dad a little bit?
Spend time with my dad. Penguin game, 3 o'clock.
That's right. Calgary?
So, Calgary. Going out to dinner with a couple friends tonight. Hang out with the girls because I didn't get to see them too much this week because I was working a little bit. And
the only person that's not having a good weekend, especially with the weather the way it's going to be, is that Oregon football team.
I know.
They got crushed.
Crushed. I did not expect that.
You know what I found out today? You know, name, image, and likeness. And I should have realized this. You know who's an alum of Indiana? Mark Cuban.
Get out of here.
Nope. So I think I figured out why they're such a good football team.
Well, there you go.
It's a secret sauce, man. It works. All right, stay with us. We got lots more to go. Coming up next are the guys from True Value. Oh, it's going to be a busy day till 1 o'clock. Don't touch that dial. Rob Taylor's coming up next with the news. KDKA, it's your Pratt Pack.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rich Fitzgerald, Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
This place in southwestern Pennsylvania, with Robotics Row, with AI technology, with all the things that have been happening really over a number of decades, has really put us in a good place. And we're seeing that economically transform this region.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Join America's hypnotist Mark Patrick and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, only $59.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also lose all the weight you want with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Weight loss hypnosis tomorrow, 11 a.m. at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Greentree. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Come 30 minutes early.
Huddle up and get ready for some big game savings at Coons Market at our incredible cafes, Banksville Road and McKnight Road. Over 600 varieties of your favorite beers, microbrews, craft beers, and more. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a man was found pistol whipped. He was found in the Bluff neighborhood at the intersection of Jamontville Street and the Boulevard of the Allies around 11 o'clock Friday night. He had multiple lacerations to his face. A male, police learned, was dropped off at that location by private means. He then was transported to the hospital in critical condition. He's now in stable condition this morning. Pittsburgh police had to break up a large fight at Obama Academy outside of the school in East Liberty Friday night following a report of a large number of juveniles, 200 juveniles, gathered in the parking lot of the school after a sporting event, according to police, and 40 to 50 of them were involved in a physical altercation. Officers deployed pepper spray to disperse the crowd and restore order, according to Pittsburgh Public Safety. There were no injuries reported. 10 defendants in a massive bar fight between bike clubs last summer in Washington County appeared in court on Friday for their preliminary hearing. Police say members of the War Dogs and Pagans fought at the 40 Bar and Grill with clubs, knives, and even gunshots fired into the air in the parking lot. Jordan Henderson, a member of the Pagans, was seen on surveillance video allegedly being attacked by Kenneth Heyman, who is a member of the War Dogs. That's when other War Dogs allegedly jumped in and allegedly attacked Henderson. A second Pagans member arrived at the scene. He was attacked. Then he allegedly fired shots into the air to help stop the attack. All counts against the 10 defendants were held over for trial, but on rioting charges, not RICO charges. Now, Heyman, who police say started the whole thing at the bar last summer, was shot to death in White Oak in October of last year. 3 alleged Pagans members were arrested and charged with Heyman's killing. Deep conversations are being had among those demonstrating against the ICE fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
Sean Michael Steele at a Minneapolis memorial for Renee Nicole Good is thinking about the murder of George Floyd and how some in the nation reacted then.
I think people just didn't see themselves in what happened then because he didn't look like them.
But Steele says now people are beginning to see that it wasn't about him or her.
This can happen to anybody, and it shouldn't happen to anyone.
Steele says it is important to be here. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
KDK Radio News Time coming up on 10:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast next.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed, And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at MakeTheConnection.net.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings clouds and eventually some rain and drizzle with a late day or evening high of 51. Then a couple of evening showers may give way to a snow shower toward dawn tonight with a low of 31, leading to a breezy and colder day tomorrow with a couple more snow showers, high 34. Then clouds and sun for Monday, high 38. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is the True Value Home Improvement Show, and it's time for you to get on the phone with all of your home improvement questions. 866-391-1020. Mike is back from Parts Unknown. Andy is here. Sniper is in the building.
So it is.
Everything's right with the world. Good morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy Saturday. Good morning. And a little rainy day again, Mike, but that's all right. It's January. Snow's coming back, I think, tomorrow. There's some in the forecast on it, but you know what has been top of everyone's mind and conversation in our home improvement industry, I'd say this week, is the flu virus. People are getting sick. Attendance at the school districts, whether it's my Bethel Park School District or Peters Township, or I'm sure out your way, I've gotten lots of reports from doctor friends and also business people that the flu is really running rampant. So it was a big week for us on Sniper sales. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of bottles shipping all over the country. It's not just here in Pittsburgh, but it's all over the country on it. And so Sniper is top of the conversation. Sniper is our hospital grade disinfectant that you spray and walk away, but it kills all the germs on contact. It's a stabilized chlorine dioxide, but it kills it all. Every type of germ and virus out there, it takes care of it. So, Rob, I brought you some bottles here to keep you healthy. Our producer here, and the rest of the studio here is going to be germ-free. So whether we're spraying the microphones from your previous guests to the guests after me, to the counters, to the doorknobs, to the remote controls, you spray it and it kills the germs. It keeps you safe, but it's safe. It's safe for you. It's safe for your pets. I use it. I have a bottle in my car. I keep it as my hand sanitizer. And my staff, my head cashier, Miss Jody, she every morning, first thing she does is she cleans her area, the computers, the countertops, the registers, the door handles, the phones, everything about it. So because we have hundreds of people a day through our store, and she wants to keep everyone healthy, and we do. And Mike, you definitely don't want to forget about those furnace filters, because that's where the air is traveling through your house. So I'm assuming your staff is keeping safe and healthy with the Sniper.
Yeah, absolutely, doing the best we can. And that's such a cool thing about Sniper, because it's like a three-pronged win-win-win, right? It's super, super powerful. Like you said, Andrew, 99.9% of all viruses. I mean, you can go down the list, too. It's H1V and everything, SARS, the whole bit. And then secondly, the two part of it that I love is the application. Mm-hmm. You simply spray it and go away. I mean, it's very easy. You don't need to wipe it down or anything like that. And then the third thing you mentioned as well is how safe it is and how easy it is to use around children, around pets, and everywhere around the house. So it's a great way to combat such a typical winter we're having here in Western Pennsylvania, right? A typical winter in Pennsylvania is not a typical winter. Like we thought right off the bat, whenever you start to get that initial really cold, the initial heavy snowfall, fairly heavy early on, that's going to progress throughout the winter. Now we took a respite, and like you said, it might be coming back again. So that's one of the things you love about the hardware store. We love about the hardware store is we're so nimble on our feet, and we can deal with whatever the customer needs to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And that's whether it's snowing outside or then it gets mild outside. And one of your you're expert on a lot of topics, but one of them is cleaning too. Yeah. This tends to be a real messy time of year to try to keep up with all the dirt that's everywhere from the feet, that coming into the home and what have you. And so keeping the homes clean and neat and organized like that. But yeah, it's fun with being in the hardware store business, because you never know what you're going to get with weather. And, and like you said, it's going to turn colder again. This week. So, this good opportunity to change that furnace filter, and give it a little spray down with the Sniper for the disinfectant in the home as well. But, I mean, it's a great period of time at home inside, for example, to do any kind of small projects you might need, whether it's plumbing questions we can take today, electrical, hardware, hanging a picture, whatever you might think that's on your mind. The hardware store's open.
And I don't know what your staff was doing this week. We had really hardly any Christmas left. We had a very good sell-through in all our decorations and so forth. But, we take advantage of this time to start getting ready for spring. And first thing that we were putting out is all our Black Beauty seeds. So we got a big display of Seed Up, and our fertilizers are coming in. I'd best guess in probably about another week, our truckload of Jonathan Green will be in, and a couple weeks after that, we have our first truckload of Coast to Maine soils coming in. So the store is transitioning from the December and the holiday time into getting ready for spring. But we don't want to overlook the winter weather and the winter season. Still very well stocked on shovels and all types of salts, from magnesium to calcium to rock salt. But my staff had fun putting out all the grass seed, though. So I don't know what you're putting out with the little bit of time that Steve and the rest of your Ken and the rest of your staff have this week.
Yeah, like most of your stores out there, we take this time, because it is a little slower typically during the winter months. We take this opportunity to redo departments and what have you. We're going to do a full pet redo, 24-foot of pet is all getting redone. Nice. The paint sundries is a whole new category line for True Value, is revamping the True Value paint sundries line.
Putting out all the Shoreline products.
Yeah, and in terms of cleaning too, we're going to redo the whole cleaning room, meaning in terms of the physical stuff, the brushes and the brooms and the sweeps, all of that is getting redone. So a lot of exciting stuff going on in the store.
Yeah, we take advantage of the downtime, and the snowstorm comes back in, and that's fine. We're well versed on going headlong into all the winter weather of snowblowers and shovels. But our mechanics have been busy. They've caught up now on all the snowblowers, because boy, in December we had hundreds of snowblowers dropped off to be carburetors cleaned and tuned up and so forth. But actually yesterday they were mopping the floor of the shop and getting it cleaned up and ready for the new onslaught of whether it's tractors or lawnmowers, or we're detailing all our rental equipment right now too. But That's not to say our floor grinders didn't go out. Our scissor lifts went out. Their skid steers are going out. So rental is still busy too. But, I think it's all the stores. So why don't you run down the list for us,
Absolutely. Let's get on the line, get the calls coming in. Any home improvement question you have for the hardware store guys.
Do you want to take Steeler questions too, Mike?
I haven't been doing a lot of homework on the Steelers. I need I'll certainly be. Yeah, Rob will be there. I'll certainly be there Monday night, but don't ask me too many questions about it. But I need to.
Are they going to win?
Sure.
Okay.
I am so looking forward to a home playoff game. It's been so long, so I'm just excited about that.
I'll be here Monday night working, and then I have to be back for the morning show.
Oof! So you're just going to sleep here on your couch?
I'm not going to see any of the game, but all I know is at the end of 60 minutes, I hope they win.
Good.
It would be great for the city. It would
Absolutely.
Be. Hey, Mike, real quick. So you were in Frisco.
I was.
We were talking you up last week. First thing I saw when I woke up at 2:15, you're in this vehicle. Mike.
I was really looking forward to it. It was on a high list to check out the autonomous vehicle. And right now, and of course, in San Francisco, it's Waymo, a division of Google. Unbelievable. Just absolutely flawless. A car, you just summon the car with the app. It pulls up, and there's nobody in the car. You unlock the car with your phone. You get in. It has a little button to start the ride. You can play any of the music you want in there. You can do whatever you want in there. The vehicle simply takes you to your destination. The steering wheel turns left, turns right, stops, allows pedestrians to walk by, flawlessly goes to its location, and you get out of the car. And you feel, I didn't even think about not feeling safe. Super neat, super cool. I'm glad to see that autonomous driving is coming to all cities around the world, because I think it's the most safest travel that's going to be out there, safe and efficient. We can eliminate a lot of deaths, I think, with autonomous driving, and I'm very excited about the future.
Here's what else it's going to do for the restaurant and bar business. People aren't going to be worried about getting a DUI. And that's it's going to help insurance. It's going to do all sorts of good things. I absolutely love it, and that was really cool to see that.
Yeah, and let me say, they were all over the city of San Francisco, and I not a scientific, but asked everybody I knew out there. We had the conversation. I didn't hear one incident at all that was anything negative, like the car almost got in an accident or whatever. Nothing. This flawless execution.
That's crazy. It's amazing. We're living in some very unique times. 866-391-1020. Anything on your mind in the way of home improvement? The guys from True Value are here, and they're next.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. Visit the country's largest travel booking show January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's a global travel extravaganza with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Voss TV and Appliance has a huge selection of big brand names and prices you'll love. Third generation family business. Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team provides meaningful service. That actually serves. They answer phones, show up on time, and truly care about their customers. It's old school service that matters, and you won't find it anywhere else. Visit Voss's South Hills showroom today. 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Love them. The lowest prices guaranteed.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, guys from True Values, let's light them up. 866-391-1020. So I got to tell you one problem I've been having all week.
Okay. Is this home improvement problem? Or
it's driving me nuts. Hot water tank, 6-month-old. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Dripping
out the relief valve.
My brother checked it out. I drained it, but it's leaking just a little bit now. But so maybe just change the valve as opposed to the whole tank. But how can a 6-month-old water tank? How can that happen?
Maybe I missed, but
pressure temperature relief valve on the side of his 6-month-old water.
Because where the leak is a very important question. But okay, yeah.
So it's not fittings. It's not the inline or outline of the on the top of the tank.
A lot of calcium around this valve.
Okay.
So everybody's listening.
But this is the valve on the side of your water heater.
Yeah.
And you do have a gas water heater.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's 2 valves on a hot water tank, folks out there. You have your drain valve at the bottom,
right?
So that's simply to drain out the old sediment and what have you. And then there's the TP valve, the temper and pressure valve, that's a little higher up on the tank. And that valve has 2 purposes. One, it's designed to release pressure out of the hot water tank if things fail, like if it gets too hot. That's the temperature side of it. Usually around
150 pounds.
Well, temperature's usually around 210. And then the other aspect, if the pressure gets too high, or a combination of the heat and the water pressure, you don't want the hot water tank to explode. The pressure, again, right around 150 PSI, somewhere in that neighborhood, it's designed to drip. So when it's dripping like that, and when folks like Rob have that question, is like my TP valve's dripping, could be a couple things, right, Andrew? It could be a faulty valve. The valve just got tired.
It's always a chance.
Or more likely, the temperature's a little high, the pressure's a little high, and so there's easy things you can do. Immediately, what you can do is just turn down the temperature a little bit, and dial it down just a little bit. That might solve the problem. If that doesn't solve the problem, we can talk about pressure, and you can get an immediate little valve to check the pressure in your home. It goes garden hose thread to any garden hose attachment. Most typically, people go to the laundry tub, in your basement, and your laundry tub has those garden hose threads on there, and you can identify what your pressure is, and maybe your pressure reducing valve, your main reducing valve coming into home, is failing.
Right, because pressure in a house should only be about 45 pounds.
Right.
So in that valve at 150 pounds is doing its job to preventing the pressure from building up too high in it.
Okay.
So likely nothing wrong with a 6-month-old hot water tank. It's probably 100% fine. It's nothing wrong. It's not the tank. It's probably one of these particular issues. And I would say on a brand new 6-month tank, a faulty TP valve is probably highly unlikely.
Yeah, very, very rare. Very, very rare.
So the chances
normally it's the pressure in the house which is causing that valve to drip.
But now why would that change? Because nobody's done anything.
Well, you have a pressure regulator. You should have a pressure regulator
out of the water,
that where your inline comes from the street into the house itself. So you have a line that comes in, and you have your main shutoff valve. Usually near that main shutoff valve is a pressure reducing valve. So pressure coming from the street could be 200 pounds.
If they were doing some work, could that be?
And if they're doing some work, you definitely had pressure changing in your house, because when they're turning off the water, turning the water back on again, you have an onslaught of pressure coming through the lines. And if the pressure reducing valve is aged and is not operating properly, it could send too much pressure into the house. And then the first thing that'll cause an issue is a relief valve on a water heater, because it has a device on it to let the pressure out if it is higher than 150 pounds.
Okay.
So having someone come in, test your pressure, or to adjust your pressure reducing valves. Now, Mike, I know you've seen the new Watts and Wilkins pressure regulating valves. They're amazing, the way they have the new setups and everything on them where they adjust themselves. But if you have the old time of pressure reducing valves, the reducing or increasing the pressure is backwards from your mind. So if you want to decrease the pressure in the valve, you're going counterclockwise on the top screw to decrease the pressure, and you're going clockwise if you want to increase the pressure on those valves. But those valves, reducing valves, also are problematic, that they last 20, 30 years, and then they need replaced also. So for all indications, Rob, your valve is doing what it is supposed to do, and the reason is somewhere else.
All right, my buddy Dylan, and you've talked about this before. I just got a text from him tankless water heaters, Mike. You've talked about them before.
Yeah, I have one at home. Navien makes them, a lot of different ones. Well, this is for heat, but regardless, yeah, you can get tankless water tanks for floor heating or what have you, as well as domestic water as well too. Obviously, they're the best.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have any tank. They're full stainless steel incorporated. They're completely efficient. You basically, when you turn it on, you need hot water. It heats the water instantly, turns the water off immediately. The big challenge is, and we deal with this a lot of times, folks call too, is installation. If you have, Rob, your house, you have a hot water tank, old school hot water tank, 2 lines in, you want to put in a ventless hot water tank, immediate heat, you can. It just often requires a larger gas line. You're talking about intake and exhale of air that's not there before. The old tank just simply vents out by gravity. So there's a lot more plumbing, a lot more physicality that goes involved with that, which makes it a little more difficult, sometimes impossible, when the hot water tank's in a location in a home where it's not feasible to get the lines in and out.
He also asked me if it has an expansion tank. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. That's a good
That's
point.
a real good add-on for it. And with the expansion tanks, they're designed to help with the pressure issues in it. New code, you have to have expansion tanks. A lot of older homes, they don't. And if your tank was 6 months old and a professional put it in, you have one. Now, is it properly charged? That's another question with it on it. There's a lot that goes into the plumbing.
It is. It's fascinating, too, because new homes are closed homes and older homes are open homes. So that's changed over the years. Well, newer homes all have check valves in them nowadays. So we determined a long time ago, it makes a lot of sense that once domestic water's in your house, it's on your property, the system doesn't want it back again, right?
It's
so
yours.
That's your water.
Don't give it back to us.
And it makes sense. Somehow the water gets contaminated in any which way. Somehow the main valve gets shut off by the water company, and it sucks the water out of your house back into the domestic water system. So the idea is once the water enters your home, it doesn't come back out again. So there's a backflow valve, which is just a spring-loaded rubber valve. So once the water passes through that, the rubber pushes backwards, so water can't come back out again. So when I say close, that means that now, of course, all the water in your home is locked in your home. And we all know simple geothermics, right? Once you start heating water causes expansion of the water. So the water starts to expand. That's where the temper and pressure relief valve come into play. It can relieve pressure out of there once the hot water tanks kick in, the flames going on really good. But nowadays, like we just mentioned, expansion tanks. So you basically have this little bladder tank that gets mounted on your main line, right after the hot water tank going out. And once the pressure starts to build, this bladder just accepts a little bit of extra pressure. It pushes it back down again when the pressure goes out again. So it's just an expansion tank, as it's aptly named.
Just like the name says.
To take over that extra pressure. Typically 2 and 5 gallon sizes, and just based on the size of the home.
All right, so there you have
Plumbers earn their money, Rob.
So my question is, am I going to be the next pilot for SpaceX? Is this thing going to launch in my...
No, because it's doing its job.
Okay, cool.
So that's why you're safe. It's doing its job.
And the water has been much more minimal since he kind of released some of that. But my man, Dale Nine, said he'd come across the bridge and straighten me out.
Well, there you go.
All right.
Good.
All good in the neighborhood. Listen, we blabbed so much about my hot water tank. Hopefully we helped all of you at home. We got to get to a commercial break. The next question is toilets, but I don't have any toilet problems.
No, do you have toilets in your house?
You know
Brand new. Got two new.
Not that we care what kind of calls we get, but it might be a plumbing hour. Sometimes we get on a run.
I want to know if Rob
plumbing,
has an expansion tank on his toilet.
But can I tell you something? I have found all this stuff. Like Dale, of course, does the HVAC stuff.
Right.
Dale 9.
Most plumbers do.
I find all of this stuff fascinating.
Absolutely.
It's incredible.
Well, I was chuckling. I have to say real quick, when I was in the hardware store at the show, and I saw that valve for the first time with the adjustable pressure. I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. We're all geeking out over it. I'm thinking, oh my God.
I think I should end up on one of Dale's billboards. He's got billboards over. This should have me on a billboard in Beaver County.
I agree. You do look very dapper today.
You've made it when you end up on a billboard, unless it says wanted. Then you got a problem. All right, we'll take a break.
Checkered shirt. We'll get you a checkered
Frank,
shirt, Rob.
We're going to take care of you next on the True Value Home Improvement Show.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Jumpin' January savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh, boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders, $2.49 a pound. 80% lean fresh ground beef is $4.99 a pound. And in the produce department, sun-kissed navel oranges, 8-pound bags, $5.99 each, and fresh strawberries, 1-pound package, 2 for $6. In our bakery department, San Fran-style sourdough bread, 24-ounce loaf, $5.50 each. And in our deli department, made fresh in-store, Coons chicken salad, $9.59 a pound, and top round roast beef or corned beef is $8.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of essential everyday tortilla chips, 12-ounce bags, 2 for $5, and selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $16.
So get into Coons Market for these great savings and more. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis Seminars. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis tomorrow at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Pittsburgh Weston Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
As they're raising tolls for the honest people, get a load of this. The Pennsylvania Turnpike has $237 million in outstanding toll rate now. So why are we being honest? Why do you pay Easy Pass? It would seem to me that not all of those people are just forgetting.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 48 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police had to break up a large fight at Obama Academy at East Liberty Friday night around 8:40. About 200 juveniles were in the parking lot after this school sporting event. Police say 40 to 50 of them were involved in a physical altercation. Officers deployed pepper spray to disperse the crowd and restore order, according to Pittsburgh Public Safety. No one was seriously injured. While the Monday Night Football playoff game means a big shot in the arm for Northside businesses, Mike Sukic, owner of Mike's Beer Bar and North Shore Tavern, says it will mean a busy night during a slow night of the year, but is expecting to have pretty much the same size and the same sales volume when he sees a typical Monday Night Football game. Here's why.
It's just one of those things where we'll have people come in. It'll be a good traditional Monday night crowd. So, if the game were on Saturday or the game were on Sunday, our business would be impacted, I think, in a much better way.
And that's because there would be other games for his customers to watch before and after the Steeler game, and because out-of-town fans tend to come in the day of the game and leave the next morning. KDK Radio News Time, 10:31. Next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a cloudy start to the weekend with rain and drizzle building in with a high of 51, leading to a breezy night tonight. A couple of evening showers may give way to a snow shower closer to daybreak, low 31. Then breezy and colder tomorrow with snow showers and a high of 34. Ahead of a breezy Monday with clouds and sun, high 38. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Right to the phones for the guys from True Value. Here's Doug in Bell Vernon. Hey, Doug.
Hey, guys, I'm back for the second week in a row, and I still got more Christmas light issues.
Okay.
This time I'm calling about the 5mm twinkle lights.
Okay.
I have 2 sets of those. The end receptacle is about a 1/2-inch diameter barrel that plugs into something, I assume a reducing transformer, which I have lost.
Okay.
So I'm asking, is it possible to get a replacement plug-in transformer to make those work?
Probably not, because that screw end that screws into the plug end, those threads don't match from brand to brand to brand. So you would have to find the exact brand or write a letter or look at the manufacturer's website, and that plug's going to have to come from China or wherever who made the lights. Your biggest hope is if you're near one of the stores that collect lights for recycling, and you go look through their recycling bin and pull all those ends off of the lights that are being recycled and see if one fits yours is going to be your best bet. Now, right now, I probably have, 50 sets of lights that we haven't dropped off at the recycling center yet. If you want to stop by Bethel Park today and go through the bin, you're more than welcome to, but getting just the exact one, buying the exact one from somebody other than the manufacturer is a crapshoot. So it's
Andy,
not
the ones that I have, they're just like I said, it's a round 1/2-inch diameter.
Yep.
And it's just a push-in.
Yep. Understood.
But there's no screw receptacle.
Well, it has to lock into the set somehow, some way. So it can't just push in and be done. There has to be some kind of a locking mechanism, and that's why I say to just buy that end. Every manufacturer does their ends differently, how the plug-in connects to the light set itself. So it'd be a matter of looking through bins to try and find something that matches.
Well, I might be out looking at your scrap bin then.
Okay, we're open till 6 o'clock today.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, good luck.
All right, here's Ken. Ken joins us next, and Ken is calling from Penn Hills. Hey, Ken, welcome to KDKA. How are you?
Yeah, thank you. Simple question. I have some steps that lead on to a wooden porch. What is the safest product that I could use for rather than rock salt?
Sure.
And I don't like the calcium chloride.
Well, that's good because the product you want is neither. So, Michael?
So a good magnesium-based product would be great. We sell a product called Pet Safe, which is a magnesium-based product. It is excellent to use too, or straight up magnesium. It's still one of our favorite. I still have a soft spot for calcium for certain applications. I mean, it's really the one that will break up ice the fastest. But in this particular case, and in a lot of cases, magnesium chloride is your best one. You can use it a little bit less. It lasts a little bit longer. It's safe for concrete. It's generally safe for pets and plants for the most part. You don't want to use too much of it of a runoff in plant area, things like that. But a very effective ice melter you like to use. It doesn't coagulate moisture over the summer months if you have anything left over. It's a lot more friendly to use just based on your hand, sticking your hand in the bag. So, yeah, Magnesium Blendor. Like I said, I love the Pet Safe product. It's really, really great. Even if you don't have pets, it's a very effective product. It's a magnesium-based product, and it does an awesome job.
Yeah, out of the big three... Out of the big three with rock salt, magnesium, and calcium, out of those, I consider that the big three, and then there's different blends of those. The only product that is safe for all surfaces is magnesium. Like calcium cannot be used on decking material, whether it's Trex decking or wooden decking. Calcium destroys it as bad as rock salt does, but magnesium is the only complete, total 100% product safe for all surfaces and vegetation and animals.
And this is for wood, right?
Correct.
Also.
You can use it on concrete, blacktop, wood, Trex, dirt, any surface whatsoever. Any magnesium-based products are your safest.
Is it white looking?
It's like it's not a round pellet like the calcium, so it's a milky color. It's a lighter off-white color, and it's more of like a flake type little nugget. So it's closer to a shape of rock salt, but thinner, but whiter than what rock salt is. But calcium's a pure white pellet. And
brand name again?
Your most common brand name is Safe Step. But there's a lot of different brands. As long as when you go into your store, tell them you want a magnesium-based product, and they'll show you what it is. I got 3 different labels at my store that are magnesium-based. You're up in Penn Hills, should be, if I see the board right, you're near the Eastwood Hardware store. You walk in there and tell them you want magnesium-based, tell them I sent you, and they'll you'll give you the proper product. Or if not, I'll tell them I'll be up there to kick them in the butt.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. Let's take one more before the break. 866-391-1020. It's Rick. Rick, welcome to KDKA. How are you?
Hey, we're doing well. Hope you guys are too. It sounds like you are. Yep. When are you coming to Chippewa with a hardware store? This place is booming. All kinds of businesses are going. I asked you guys this question 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, my main question is, to shut the water off coming into the house, I guess you'd have to go out in the yard. There's a special tool for that?
Yeah, it's called a T-wrench, a T-bar wrench. I know Mike's store and my store, we rent them. It's not something that most people would want to buy. There's a couple different heads to it, and in some cases you need them 2 feet long. There's some cases you need them 6 feet long. The water company carries them on all their trucks. But it's something most homeowners don't have. But, a couple of the hardware stores like us, we will rent them for a day to go shut it off and turn it back on again.
And in my opinion...
Gentlemen, if you have a leak, there's no time for renting and doing this. You got a leak in the basement, water's coming in.
Yep.
This particular house has one floor drain. And shouldn't each homeowner or... Does the fire department have access to that? By the time you get to the utilities, my goodness, you're going to lose and have a lot of water damage.
Yeah, most fire departments do carry these wrenches on their service trucks. But, most houses have a shutoff inside the house itself, not just outside. The outside is for the utility company to use, and then you have the line from that curbside to the house, and right as that water line comes into the house, most houses are supposed to have a shutoff right inside the house itself, and it's normally a gate valve.
Andy, my question is, that shutoff is leaking bad. It broke.
Okay. Well, then
my question.
Well, then a plumber is going to have that. That valve needs repaired, and to repair it, yes, you have to shut it off at the curb.
Yeah, and my 2 points on this, too, is one, Andrew's 100% correct about the T-valve and what have you. I generally expect homeowners not do that. That tends to be out of the bounds of DIY. You know, I mean, you can get yourself in some issues if the valve breaks out there and what have you. So generally speaking, I prefer you to get a plumber once you start doing that. And then the second point I make is usually, an emergency situation that you're saying there, Rick, is like all of a sudden I got a massive leak. Generally speaking, that just doesn't come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? That's why the True Value Home Improvement Show, I think, is so important. It makes you think about your systems, makes you think about your water system. You're down there looking at it, taking a flashlight every once in a while, looking at the main reducing valve coming in. Is there leaks? Is it really old? Is there a lot of corrosion over a particular situation over a valve? Things like that you don't want to ignore because, like I said, these flash floods, if you will, or broken lines don't typically come out of nowhere. You can generally see signs of it might be happening. So those are two things I'd caveat onto that.
So if I were to buy that tool, give me a ballpark price.
$50.
Okay, then everyone should at least, if they don't want to spend $50 and something like this would happen, and you know it's going to happen, would you advise everyone to locate the shutoff valve in the yard?
Well, the dilemma is they're going to be buried, so finding it's going to be very difficult. The water company knows where they are because they put them in. Your plumbers will have tools and detectors and so forth to locate them, and then you're generally digging to find them because it's not something that's readily visible by homeowners because they're just not at the surface.
Andy, wouldn't you use that copper rods and just walk through the yard with them straight, I guess it's called, and then they would...
That's how your plumbers and water companies find them.
All right.
Is they have the devices.
Yeah, now's the time of year. Let me tell you my problem. I know exactly where mine's at because I have to watch it because it's exposed when I'm cutting grass. But I've had to replace the cap 3 times on my own. Now I can't find anybody who has the caps. And the water department, you would have thought they
don't like giving them up.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Remind me and I'll get you one.
I need a cap.
Okay.
I mean, because I don't like having that open like
They're
that.
big, heavy caps.
Anyway, and you know what people are doing? They're losing them. They're taking others.
They took yours.
Well, I'm waiting for you on the porch. When I get
Go back to your neighbor's house. Take it back.
I mean, but come on, man. Just go to True Value and buy one. I've done it 3 times. If I can do it, you can do it. All right, sure. But yeah, but you got to watch with the lawnmower.
Your poor lawnmower.
Oh, I know.
Your poor lawnmower. In fact, I'm glad you know a guy.
I could hear the other night in the winter my lawnmower going, only 2 more months before that knucklehead opens the garage door again.
The rest is over.
Oh, that poor guy. I ran him to death this past year. He's probably sleeping constantly. All right, we'll take a break. We're coming back. It's the True Value Home Improvement Show, and it's also brought to you in part by Mike.
All the other local True Value hardware stores. You can go to truevalue.com to find them out, but we've got over 5,000 True Value stores that are all independently owned and operated. That's stores like Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance, our good friend Eddie Pfeiffer at Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply up in Mars, Pennsylvania. Paul's not here today. He's in the show every once in a while. R.C. Walters & Sons True Value in Boston Hollow Road, PA. Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, freshly remodeled Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, and of course 2 of our favorites, EV True Value and Sarver True Value Hardware.
All right, stay with us. Couple more hours still to go. It's your Pratt Pack today, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. Visit the country's largest travel booking show January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's a global travel extravaganza with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Okay, we got a couple of calls waiting. Marita Williams here next hour. And of course, the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase coming up in a couple of weeks.
We'll be there. We'll be there, Rob.
Let's go to Tom in McCandless. Tom, you are on KDKA. It's great to have you here. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you. The one fellow alluded to the curb box, the shutoff. That is something that, in most instances, as you guys know, they've never been shut off in 50 years.
Right.
They break and they break often.
Yep.
And it's sometimes old as the house is. They break and they break often.
Yeah.
You call the water company, schedule a shut off, or emergency, you'll shut it off. Whether it's Pittsburgh Water, Penn American, they will shut it off. Yep. I've done 50 in my lifetime. And I've had half a dozen break. If you shut that up on your own, you break it, it's on you to dig it up, replace it.
Yep.
The water company, if they break it on their own dime, they fix it on themselves, put the sidewalk back in and everything.
Yeah, that's why what Mike alluded to, that is not something we really ever recommend homeowners to try themselves. They got to call the professionals in to do them.
Yep. I caught him say that. That was smart advice. Hopefully the guy was listening.
Yep, hope so.
Plus, curb boxes can be packed with dirt, mud. They got that special tool for cleaning it all out. They'll do it all for you.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, we agree, 100%.
All right, thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Have a good day. Let's move on now to Bruce. Bruce, you're on KDK. How you doing?
Hi guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I had a plumber tell me the parts I needed to install my tankless water heater since I have access to plumbing supply houses. And he didn't mention anything about the expansion tank. Now, I have an older home in Ambridge, so it was built in the 40s. And I'm pretty sure I don't have a backflow valve unless they put it in a new water meter that they installed about 5 years ago. That's incorporated in that water meter. I was thinking maybe I should just buy one just to have it there.
My recommendation,
Bruce,
my recommendation, especially for you, you're going to do this work yourself. You're getting hands on the hot water tank.
No. I'm not doing it myself.
Okay.
I'm just buying the parts, and I got a plumber coming in just to install it.
Even the same thing. Then they're not expensive at all. They're very easy to install, and doesn't take a lot of time to install, and there's no downside to it other than a few bucks for the expansion tank. So, yeah, 100% recommend doing that, yeah.
And that's the same with the backflow preventer. If you're redoing the house and you're installing new valves, your shutoff valves as it's coming in, yes, absolutely. Any new construction, it's code that you have to have the backflow preventer.
Yeah, I'd like to share a story. This was told to me once by the plumbing people that started with the backflow preventer, and it might even be a hypothetical story, but picture you're out there spreading with a hose end sprayer. You have some chemical in your sprayer, and you're spraying your lawn with your home chemical sprayer, right? And then you stop for lunch, right? And you go in and get a sandwich. Well, meanwhile, the water company comes and shuts off the main valve, right? And all of a sudden, there's this sucking motion where it sucks the water. And in theory, that whatever chemicals in that line got just sucked back into the domestic water line. So it might even be a hypothetical story that never really happened, but visually I do that in my brain. You can understand why once the water's at the home, you don't want it back into the public water again. But yes,
All right,
anyhow,
guys,
yes,
thanks a
Bruce,
lot.
definitely. Thanks for the call, Bruce. Definitely, expansion tanks are definitely a no-brainer to do. They're not expensive to have. There's no downside to having the expansion tank, and that a tankless hot water tank is so efficient that you probably don't need it, but it wouldn't hurt to install.
So let me ask you something. Even if you are somewhat handy around the house, if you can pay for a plumber and let them handle it, you recommend that that's done by somebody who does it on a regular basis?
Well, I'd recommend, Rob, having a great connection with your local True Value hardware store. That's what we do, whether it's electrical or plumbing. And we'll let you know, like, hey,
after
this is when you might want to back off.
We could generally get a good idea after a conversation with you, Rob, whether it would...
Like if I say, what's a hot water tank?
Right, exactly. Then I'm not going to sell you one and say, go put it in.
Just getting it from point A to point B.
Like taking the cover off your panel box and changing out a circuit breaker, what have you. This is This is a little higher up on the level of
a lot
DIY
different than just changing
you can do
outlet.
You definitely can do it yourself for your own home, but you're definitely stepping up the bar. And there's a point in time where it's like this is where a professional comes in handy, and when it doesn't, we have no skin in the game. We're there for you.
Now, do you deliver these tanks?
Sure.
So that's half the battle. Just getting the tank from that place to your
It's always
place.
usually fun getting it down into the basement, down the basement
Especially
steps. And
those
up
older basements.
Yeah.
So thankful for a side door.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, that's a big, big deal. But, it's just amazing. And this is from a big box store, and it'll remain nameless. But, you think it's close, so you want to go buy it at the big box store, which I did. And 6 months in, I'm dealing with this issue. And there's really nobody to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, it's silly to say we don't really care if you go to the big box store to buy your hot water tank or not.
I just need one right away.
But point is, actually, they're the same price as they are at the local hardware store as they're at the home. And honest to God, they are. Like, you're not saving any money by going to the big box store to buy the hot water tank. They're the same exact price, feature for feature at your local True Value hardware store. And then what you get when you buy it from the local True Value hardware store, you're already there for all the fittings to help the install, what you need, what you might not need. You're guaranteed a couple trips no matter what. I don't care how much you prepare, hot water tank and get everything you think you need. You're going to come back to the hardware store for another one. And honestly, too, we take care of warranties. You've got an issue, like we help facilitate. There's a stamp on there to call, what have you. It's got the receipt numbers, but we tend to keep the receipts. We kept that. You need a new tank, you can go back to the local hardware store. Really makes a lot of sense buying your hot water tank from your local hardware store.
All right, so we got about a minute left. Let's just summarize. Go ahead, Andy.
All right, another great weekend. Rob, I'm thrilled to death to be here at KDKA, even a little rainy, winter's coming back, but we love having these conversations with our customers, whether it's plumbing, whether it's backflow, whether it's expansion tanks, whether it's toilet issues or not. That's what we do, and we love having the conversations with it. But you could reach me throughout the week, 412-835-5780, or shoot me an email. I answer all of them, eveyhdw@gmail.com, and get that bottle of Sniper today.
I was going to say,
nothing else, get that bottle of Sniper today. Comes in 4-ounce, 32-ounce, or gallon size. Keep yourself and your family and your coworkers healthy through this flu season that we're in the middle of right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sniper is what you need to do. If you need no other reason to get out to your local True Value hardware store, go out there to get a bottle of Sniper at Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance, Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply out in Marshall Way, R.C. Walters and Sons True Value at Boston Hollow Road in Boston, PA. Our good friends out there at Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, Grove City Road, Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania, and Sarver True Value Hardware. You got two businesses in one out there in Sarver. You got Sarver True Value Hardware, and you got the Sarver True Value Rental. We do rental all throughout Western Pennsylvania, parts of Ohio, West Virginia, anything you might need. Can you even imagine renting? Sarver True Value Rental
What did you rent today? We rented a lift. We rented floor grinders. We rented a carpet extractor.
We rented an excavator for somebody who tried to shut off their water valve in their main lawn, and they couldn't get it shut off. How to rent an excavator.
Good answer.
I gotta get one of them big bars, man, just so I look like I know what I'm doing.
That's it.
All right, stay tuned. Marita Williams, I think.
I see her. She's
here on the other side. Stay with us.
Here.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rich Fitzgerald, Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
This place in southwestern Pennsylvania, with Robotics Row, with AI technology, with all the things that have been happening really over a number of decades, has really put us in a good place. And we're seeing that economically transform this region.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join America's hypnotist Mark Patrick and lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis tomorrow at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome, but come 30 minutes early.
Huddle up for the big game, and no one does the big game snacks better than Coons Market. Everything you need for your team is waiting for the big game at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh and football tradition.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was found pistol whipped in the Bluff. It happened Friday night around 11 o'clock. He was found at the intersection of Jermonville Street and the Boulevard of the Allies. That's where police found that adult male with multiple lacerations to the face. He had been dropped off there by private means. He was then transported to the hospital in critical condition, but now he's in stable condition. A large fight broke out outside Obama Academy in East Liberty. Pittsburgh police were called to break it up. About 200 juveniles gathered in the parking lot of the school after a sporting event. Police say 40 to 50 of the juveniles were involved in a physical altercation. Officers deployed pepper spray to disperse the crowd. There were no injuries reported. Well, state police are investigating a series of incidents targeting Amish women. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
3 times between October of this month, state police have received reports of men exposing themselves to Amish women in parts of Indiana County. In the first case in West Mahoning, the man used a scooter-style motorcycle to follow a woman in her buggy, pulled off along the roadway, and exposed himself. Then did it again once he got back onto his motorcycle. In November, a man driving a gray minivan approached a victim in South Mahoning Township, got out, and showed her his genitals. Then in West Mahoning on Wednesday, a man in a silver minivan pulled alongside a woman in a buggy and exposed himself to her as well. Investigators are trying to figure out if the cases are related, and they're asking anyone who may have seen any suspicious activity to contact state police. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
President Trump met with top executives of major American oil producers on Friday at the White House. President is calling on oil executives to rush to invest in Venezuela as the White House looks to quickly secure $100 billion in private funding to revive the country's ability to fully tap into its expansive reserves of petroleum. Here's CBS's Nancy Cordes.
I'm Nancy Cordes at the White House, where President Trump promised a room full of oil titans today that riches await them in Venezuela.
We'll be open for business almost immediately.
ExxonMobil's CEO sounded more cautious.
Today, it's uninvestable.
Modernizing Venezuela's oil infrastructure would cost an estimated $180 billion and take 15 years in a country still viewed as unstable.
KDKA Radio News Time, 11:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. Visit the country's largest travel booking show January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's a global travel extravaganza with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you.
Are you a business owner or self-employed? Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Pay close attention. Do not ignore this message. The IRS has unmatched power. They can freeze your bank account, garnish your paycheck, seize your assets, and even shut down your business. If you've received a notice or think one is coming, the clock is already ticking. Every day you wait, penalties grow, and the problem gets worse. Call Federated Tax today. We'll connect you with an experienced tax professional who will negotiate directly with the IRS on your behalf. You may qualify for IRS hardship programs like the Fresh Start Initiative or many other programs that can stop garnishments, stop bank account seizures, reduce or even eliminate penalties, and lower your settlement amount. The IRS won't wait, and neither should you. Call Federated Tax today. 800-300-7345. The call and consultation are free. That's 800-300-7345. 800-300-7345.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings clouds and eventually some rain and drizzle with a late day or evening high of 51. Then a couple of evening showers may give way to a snow shower toward dawn tonight with a low of 31, leading to a breezy and colder day tomorrow with a couple more snow showers, high 34. Then clouds and sun for Monday, high 38. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, all the folks at AAA East Central for over 30 years have been family to me, and they do stay in touch with me, and we do interact. But the one person who really is family, even before her association with the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, Ida Diorico, we've known each other forever, but I always know when it's the first of the year because I get multiple emails. Even at like 3:45 in the morning, you know, she is the hardest promoter I've ever met. But that's why this Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, Marita Williams, is such a success. And that's why we're going to begin talking about it right now, because it's January 23rd, 24th, 25th, just around the corner.
Absolutely. And we've extended our hours on Friday. So we're open at 10 on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It opened at 10, and Friday, Saturday is 6 o'clock closing, and Sunday's 4 o'clock. So we're excited about that.
The success was from the jump. And listen, Bevy understands. She's been there forever. Jim Lehman really behind it. Tracy back in the day. So let me ask you again, and I think I know the answer, but how in the world did you all come up with this idea? Because you do really work well together and still do to this day at that wonderful East Liberty World Headquarters. How did you come up with this idea?
So I'd had a conversation with Jim Lehman, our forever person that outlooked the future like no one could.
Absolutely.
And both of them. And I'll never forget the day they had us in the AAA boardroom, Jim Lehman, Ida, myself, Tracy. And she said, we're going to do this in January. And this was, I think it was in October. And I'm like, oh, okay, so January of next year. I'm thinking to myself. And I then we had a conversation. I'm like, okay, well, this gives us like 8-9 months to get things wrong. She goes, no, January of this coming year. So we pulled it off. And thanks to Ida, she definitely is the promoter of everything Pittsburgh.
Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is our 9th year. It would have been our 10th, but, COVID derailed us a little bit there. But we're really excited to bring the show back to the convention center. Beautiful venue to have the event, and lots going on downtown again. So we're really excited to be there.
So it's the country's largest travel booking show, the region's only customer travel and tourism event. Vacations begin here. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. 3 big days, 23rd, 24th, 25th. Save time and money with convenient one-stop vacation shopping all under one roof. Exclusive showcase discounts, endless vacation destinations. Host the world's top travel suppliers, near and far destinations spanning all 7 continents. Here's one of the best parts of all. AAA advisors will be available to plan and book vacations on site to any destination to fit your budget. Listen, this is also open for non-members, too.
Absolutely. So we'll have 30 travel advisors on the floor this year. We have what we fondly call the football field, which is where all of our travel advisors are. You walk into the showcase, you get your ticket, you come through our travel store that has all kinds of great product that they purchase just for the travel show. Luggage scales, backpacks, such things, beachwear. It's really a great way to, get the excitement going before they even get in. You walk into the show, you see our huge motor coach in the back. In front of that is our what we call the football field. That's where our 30 travel advisors are. We have our manager staff on both ends of that football field to check you in. Rob, people have been coming back year in and year out, and that's where they are booking their vacation. So they have learned to go check in, because what happens is sometimes there's a delay, but we have 3 theaters going on at the same time. Every hour there's a presentation from a different vendor. We'll go over some of those here in a minute, but they've learned that, to check in. So they can go and visit all the booths. They can maybe take in a talk or two. And then we text them and say, okay, your travel agent's available for you. And they'll come back and sit down. And by then they've gone to maybe a cruise vendor or a tour vendor or even a local drive destination, and they want a package. So they'll come back and get seated with a travel advisor, and those experts will help them book their dream vacation or just a weekend getaway, whichever they decide. And then we also have I don't want to forget, our motor coach back there is which I'm fondly part of.
Why do you think that's so popular? Because it is.
The motor coach?
Yeah.
Well, people back in the day thought, motor coach travel,
like a school bus,
like from Pittsburgh, and it's all older people, and it's not for them. But, when you book a tour, like a guided tour, you are flying to a destination,
right,
and then you're getting on a motor coach.
Mm-hmm.
And it's and even our ones from Pittsburgh, our demographic has turned younger. I'm not saying like 30s and 40s, but 50s and up, I would say, is our main age group that take our local motor coach tours, and we've expanded them. Amy Gross, I love working with Amy. She's got a vision for product that she is in charge of putting out there now. So we've worked together for many, many years, and she has a vision for different products. We take the comments from the people that go on our motor coach tours to heart, and that's where we kind of come up with some of these new ideas. In fact, Amy and Maya, another girl in the office at Amy's training are at our what they call our ABA right now, which is where you meet all these vendors and all these destinations, and you put together some more opportunities. So they're there right now. So that's going on, and we're excited for them to come back and put some new product together. But anyhow, back by the Motor Coach, we have our staff from Group Travel, Featured Vacations, which are all of our unique products that we put together, whether it's our President's Tour or President's Cruise, our member appreciation trips, obviously our Motor Coach tours, and then what I absolutely love. And you know, Andrea's on here and there, the show. She's part of our younger team. They are right now, she took 10 travel agents to Alaska, my happy place. And I texted her yesterday because she sent me a picture. They're ice fishing last night, and the temperature was minus 67. But they're all bundled up and looking like they're having an awesome time. And I said, don't think you're taking over my happy place for Alaska. But I'm glad. And Alicia went earlier last year, and she loves Alaska now too. Just so happy that that's front in mind with our newbies that are coming here on the radio with you, Rob, week in and week out.
You've been great.
I'm sure Andrea will be full of knowledge when she comes back.
Two things, and I've talked about this. I have a little life insurance, but it's been like really strange. And Tracy and I would talk about it all the time. I've been getting all this pamphlets from AAA. I think I'm going to get some more life insurance. They got some specials right now, like 53 cents a day, a couple $100,000 a year.
And your kids will be thankful.
Listen, but if you're a young guy or gal and you've got some children and you're in the midst of climbing the ropes as we did back in our 30s, that's the way to go.
Absolutely. And our insurance team and our membership team and all of the benefits that you get from AAA will be at the showcase as well.
Yeah, and all the DMV stuff, all that stuff, you know.
Well, you won't be able to do anything DMV, but you can go to the branches and, absolutely.
And obviously passports, good stuff like that.
Yeah, we'll have our passport photos there. We brought back our foreign currency that we had for a long time, and it went away. I think we're getting a different vendor for that, but we'll have information on our foreign currency there. That's really hot to have a little bit with you when you're going international, especially when you're going to multiple countries. Like you. We're coming up to our Switzerland trip with Terry Petrick, our
When's that?
president. Well, actually, we have two trips with that, because the first one sold out is in May, and then we sold out another one in October. So we're going to both Switzerland and Italy, so it'll be nice to be able to have some of that little currency with us from both, because they're different. The euro for Italy and the Swiss franc for Switzerland.
All right, open to AAA members and non-members. Everyone invited, 23rd, 24th, 25th. Dream it, plan it, book it. The Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, $2 discount. Admission coupons available at AAA branch offices. Tickets are available at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. So you're going to have to retire just so you can travel.
Yes.
For AAA.
I'm really excited that I'm going to stay on as, hosting some of our tours, tour managing with, especially since I get to go with our president, Terry Petrick, and we've come to know a lot of the repeat passengers. She's wonderful.
Nice
and then Bevy always hosts our member appreciation. So I get to travel with Bevy for the first time this year. We're doing the Ozamar, Ireland trip. And then we've got some 2027 stuff coming up too. So we'll talk about that in a little while.
How in the world? Did you ever finish? So that's how the whole thing started, right? Just we were brainstorming that time. And how many years now? Would have been our 10th. This would have been our 10th, but it's the 9th.
This would have been our 10th showcase, yes, but it's our 9th.
It's a great event.
Yes,
I love it. All right, short break. We'll take one. We'll come back. She's got some stuff, too, that she wants to talk about. We'll be right back.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On News Radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope.
Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did, they gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
What do you love the most about this showcase? I just love being around all those people who love AAA.
You know what?
That's what I love.
That is the best part. We're a large organization, AAA, and we have many branches throughout the Western Pennsylvania region. And one of the best things is getting to see all of our coworkers that are in different branches. Then, of course, we're at Motor Square Garden, but we get to see all of them and spend time with them. And it's really fun for us. The managers, the staff, the travel advisors, the travel store people, we just have a great time. It's wonderful to get to see them on a yearly basis. I know sometimes we see them throughout the year at some meetings and so forth, but it's really a great time to spend a lot of time with them.
Yep, absolutely.
And we couldn't do the show without our IS team. I mean, they're there to make sure that everything flows and our computers are working.
And let's be honest, too. David L. Lawrence Convention Center, I've been to a few venues. It's the best. The workers go above and beyond.
They absolutely do. We've always had very good contacts that take well care of Ida and her needs, and the showcase office. And, yeah, the staff there is wonderful.
All right, so you have brought some itineraries with you today.
I have. And one that I'm really excited about, speaking of hosting some tours and cruises for AAA, December 29th of 2026, and this is the time to plan this, guys. It's on Azamara, which is, I know you've heard me talk about it. It's one of my favorite cruise lines. I mean, I've been fortunate to travel on lots of different cruise lines, and there's something unique that I love about them all. But it seems like this stage of my life, I've done all the, the big and the glitzy, and fortunate to do that. And they're great. There's something for everybody out there in the wonderful world of cruising. But Azamara is now one I'm fond for because of what that product is. And we will have several talks throughout the showcase on Azamara. What I love about it is they're known for their intensive itineraries. Like one of my favorite itineraries I've done with them was 2 years ago was the Baltics. It was absolutely wonderful. We went to Finland and Sweden and Latvia and Poland and Lithuania. It was, and each port was just so unique in and of itself, but different. That each port was different and so much fun. We biked, we did some canoeing, we did lots of walking and lots of touring throughout those islands. But what's great is they're there. I mean, you get there, like, let's say at 8 o'clock in the morning, and you might not leave until 10 o'clock at night, or you might not leave until the next afternoon, evening. So they spend a lot of time in port so you can immerse yourself in that culture. And that's what I really love about Azamara. I mean, they're small ships. They only hold like up to 700. I think when we went to the Baltics, we had 500 and some, almost 600 on the ship. And you get to know people because you see them. I mean, it's not like, you meet somebody that you sit down and have a coffee with and you never see them again for the rest of the time that you're on the ship, but you do see them. And the crew, I was totally amazed. That was the Baltics was my second Azamara. This past year we did Spain, and that was our third one. Our first one was Greece. But it's amazing how much of the crew remembers you, because they're on different ships too. But they welcome you back, and it's Marita from AAA, and even some of our customers, they had the same cabin steward, and they recognized them, and we're so happy to have the same person. So the crew is wonderful on Azamara. The food is great. It's not the glitzy shows. Their shows are kind of immersive too, I'll say. They come from where you're at. Most of the time they'll bring somebody local on board, kind of like a river cruise, like Alma Waterways brings local entertainment on board. But that's what I love about Azamara is, first of all, the immersive itineraries, the longer time spent in port. and the crew, and the food is excellent too, by the way, and the cocktails. So there's nothing I don't like about Azamara. I guess that's it. Really good friends of ours.
That's high praise coming from you.
Oh, thank you.
You've done it all.
I've been very fortunate throughout my career. One of our favorite friends that he used to be a president here at East Central. Him and his wife are now on their first Azamara. I'm happy that I was able to talk them into going on that. And I just picked up my phone and saw some posts that they're in St. John's today. It's their first cruise ever, believe it or not, and they're just loving it, enjoying it, and I'm so excited. So Kelly from Azamara will be at the showcase, and she's going to talk all about our future groups that we're going to have. And on there, we're going to Ireland this year, but unfortunately that is sold out. We're going there to see the eclipse. We talked about that on the radio a few times. So this next one is New Year's Eve cruise. What a way to spend New Year's, get through Christmas with your family and friends, and maybe even take your family and friends on this cruise. It is December 29th, goes through January the 8th, and it's going to be so wonderful. It's a Caribbean cruise. No, it's not Caribbean. I'm sorry. They're on a Caribbean. This is Spain and Morocco, and it ends in Portugal. And I've done a few of these itineraries when I did go to Spain, but it's a wonderful itinerary. You're going to go from Barcelona is where it starts. We'll go to Cartagena, which is in Spain, Malaga. Then we have a full day at sea where you'll be able to sit back, relax, and enjoy the ship and meet new people. Then the next day we go to Casablanca. And just listen, when we're in Malaga, Rob, we get in at 9 in the morning. We don't leave until 11 at night. You have the whole day. You can do 2 excursions, or you can do an excursion and then go in and experience the city on your own, or you could just go on your own the whole day. And then in Casablanca in Morocco, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., we're there for 12 hours. So you get to immerse yourself into that port of call and that cultural. And then we go to Tangier, again, 8 to 8. And then we go to Cadiz, Spain, which is one of my favorites, 8 to 6, and that's plenty of time for Cadiz. And then we go to Seville, and we overnight there. This is what I'm talking about. Azamara is wonderful because they pick this perfect ports to overnight in. So we get in at 6 in the morning on day 8. We overnight, and we don't leave until 5:30 the next day. So, and there's so much to do in Seville, so much. So that's an awesome opportunity there. And then we end our cruise in Lisbon at the end on day 10. And you can do an optional overnight there or spend a couple days. But for those that are going with us on this 2026 New Year's cruise, I'm going to peek sneak at our 2027 President's Cruise is going to be Portugal, the Douro River with Terry Petrick and our Alma Waterways. No, we're going to go back to Lisbon and cruise the Douro River, and that itinerary is just absolutely awesome. We'll spend another show. Hopefully, Alicia will have me back as a guest on the show, and we'll talk all about that Douro River.
Now, yeah, retired.
Or you can come to the showcase, and there's a whole presentation on it.
Anytime you can come on my show.
Okay.
You know, the thing that we forgot to talk about with the showcase was the free luggage.
Oh, yeah. And we have something new and exciting this year. We always try to add a little bit something. So for our offers this year, not only do you get the vendor offer, you get the member benefits. And if you're not a member, I think we can sign you up for like $10 for a year. And then you get the member benefits for each of our like Member Choice Vacations has dollars off, and they also have money towards your shore excursions, and we have an air discount with Member Choice Vacation. So you get all of that on top of some free luggage, depending on your price point. You are either going to get 2 rolling carry-on bags with a cosmetic case that goes, on top of it. At a certain price point, I think it's up to starts at $2,000, $2,500, and goes to $49.99.
Yep, that's exactly right.
But then if you spend $49.99 or more, which most people do on a cruise, and that's for both, you get 2 check-in bags, and inside those check-in bags are 2 Heartside rolling carry-ons with some packing cubes. So we have some good offers, but this is what's new this year. If you purchase your Allianz travel insurance, where
gotta get it.
Highly recommend it.
You want to keep the luggage you got for free.
Yeah, you get the luggage, and then we're going to give you these, I call them skins, but they're these elastic cloth things that you put over your bag to protect it. You know how they throw them around and click against other luggages and get on that little trolley thing where you pick them up. So they stay, that makes your luggage, helps your luggage, I should say, stay nice and safe and clean. So we're giving those away, and we've got 4 or 5 different designs. I picked them out myself, and I'm really excited about that. So we'll have them on display. So if you get your package, you get your luggage. So you protected your trip, and now we're going to protect your luggage for you too.
Isn't it amazing how this luggage has just changed travel?
People love it, and we love seeing it because, people are walking around the showcase and they're, not carrying, but, rolling their luggage alongside them. And it's so much fun just to say, if they have that luggage that they booked a trip. So it's so much fun to say, hey, where are you going? And then it opens up the conversation, and we can chat a little bit more after they're done with their travel advisor and they have their luggage. It's fun to ask people on their way out the door where they're going.
All right, let me take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue with Marita Williams, and we're going to go over everything that is the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase. Don't forget, open to AAA members, non-members, January 23rd, 24th, 25th. $2 discount admission coupons available at AAA branch offices. Tickets are available right now, Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, or at the door. We will see you there.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 10 defendants in a massive bar fight between bike clubs last summer in Washington County appeared in court Friday for their preliminary hearing. Police say members of the War Dogs and the Pagans fought at the 40 Bar and Grill with clubs, knives, even gunshots fired into the air. Now, Jordan Henderson is a member of the Pagans. He was seen on surveillance video allegedly being attacked by Kenneth Heyman, a War Dogs member. That's what saw the War Dogs members allegedly jump in and attack Henderson. A second Pagans member arrived on the scene and allegedly fired shots into the air to help stop the attack. All counts against the 10 defendants were held over for trial, but for rioting charges and not RICO charges. Heyman, who police say started the ordeal at the bar last summer, was shot to death in White Oak in October. 3 alleged Pagans are arrested and charged with Heyman's killing. Well, deep conversations are being had amongst those demonstrating against the ICE fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good. Here's CBS's Allison Keys.
Sean Michael Steele at a Minneapolis memorial for Renee Nicole Good is thinking about the murder of George Floyd and how some in the nation reacted then.
I think people just didn't see themselves in what happened then because he didn't look like them.
But Steele says now people are beginning to see that it wasn't about him or her.
This can happen to anybody, and it shouldn't happen to anyone.
Steele says it is important to be here. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. For location near you, go to markpatrickseminars.com. Also, stop smoking with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. No matter how many times you tried to quit, this hypnosis is designed to destroy your desire to smoke without cravings, irritability, weight gain. Only $59.99. Join the over 500,000 others who have attended. Weight loss hypnosis tomorrow at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Green Tree in Pittsburgh, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Looking for an out-of-the-ordinary getaway? AAA presents Yellowstone in Winter, a 6-night tour package to America's most famous national park and more. Trust us, winter is the absolute best time for viewing the park's spectacular wildlife and jaw-dropping natural wonders. And best of all, you can forget about any crowds. Fly into Salt Lake City, home of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Then travel to Yellowstone, board a comfy, cozy, heated snow coach, and marvel at amazing buffalo herds, Old Faithful Geyser, Yellowstone River Falls, and more. See the snow-capped Grand Tetons and savor the Wild West spirit of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. You'll even sleigh ride through an elk refuge. You also have an opportunity for an optional snowmobile excursion. Join them this winter. They offer several dates in January and February. Visit your local AAA or call 1-800-354-8761. Experience a winter adventure you won't forget.
Jump in January savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders, $2.49 a pound. 80% lean fresh ground beef is $4.99 a pound. And in the produce department, sun-kissed navel oranges, 8-pound bags, $5.99 each, and fresh strawberries, 1-pound package, 2 for $6. In our bakery department, San Fran-style sourdough bread, 24-ounce loaf, $5.50 each. And in our deli department, made fresh in-store, Coons chicken salad, $9.59 a pound, and top round roast beef or corned beef is $8.49 a pound. Additional savings this week: selected varieties of essential everyday tortilla chips, 12-ounce bags, 2 for $5, and selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $16.
So get into Coons Market for these great savings and more. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More rain expected through the afternoon, high 51. It tapers off to a snow shower late tonight, low 31. More snow showers tomorrow, could be heavy, high 34. And some sunshine up to 38 Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, so here's a question I asked someone earlier today about their specific business, and I'm going to ask you the same. I love this travel industry. I love everything about it. I watch all these travel shows. I watch all of these people and food and destinations and what people do and why they go where they go and what's trending again in travel. Where do you think it's going to be $250 for us in July? Okay, I got my new Annan flag to celebrate the 250th birthday of this great country. Where do you think your industry is going to be 30 years from now? You still think it'll be brick and mortar, how people are traveling? You think it'll be the same way?
I think AAA will always need the brick and mortar.
Gotta have it.
For different things, like your driver's license. I mean, even though a lot of that you can do online, even your photo card if you go get your photo. But I do think AAA will probably still always have brick and mortar offices. People want that interaction. And especially with travel, I want to sit down and talk to somebody. about an exotic trip, or even if, can you give me a couple ideas of what I could do next weekend? Here's my budget. I have $800. Where can I go and make the most of it? So you want to be able to sit down with somebody. I mean, there's a lot of great things about the internet, but it can be overwhelming when you go for me, it's overwhelming when I'm going to a new destination and I'm researching or whatnot. Even for, some of these ports of call, when I'm taking a group out, I want to make sure that I'm knowledgeable about it. It can be really overwhelming, the amount of information.
And this is an old school Saturday, but like Jim Lehman used to say, it's a great tool. Exactly. But you still want to talk to somebody.
Yeah. And we're doing so good nowadays with sending our travel advisors on what we call FAM trips, familiarization trips, on the products that they sell. And they become experts because they have to do some homework on that before they go.
Andrew's in Alaska right now.
Yeah, and after, yeah. And there's 9 travel agents with her, 9 or 10, that are going to come home, and they're going to be able to sell Alaska so much better than what they could before, just with the experiences they have, and understanding what I like is understanding what that small group experience is about. It's, it's different than, and there's trips for everyone. There's people that shouldn't be on a small group, and there's people that shouldn't be on a motor coach with 30 other people. So, and our small groups are up to 14, and those are ideal for the more adventurous. So someone, you want to make sure we qualify our clients so we're not inhibiting the 10 active people on there and maybe 2 not so active. So the agents are much more able to qualify people. Okay, this is where you should be. You should be on this wonderful member choice vacation, because member choice offers small groups too, to different places in the world. Like all of their Africa trips are now small. You wouldn't want to go to Africa with 40 other people. I wouldn't. So there's different things that the agents are knowledgeable about, because guided touring, let's face it, guided touring's not for everyone, but guided touring is for a lot that don't think it's for them. Because you go and you're done. You get on your trip and you can stop thinking because there's somebody there to do it for you.
Got your back.
And that's what I love about hosting tours as a AAA tour manager. I'm not the expert on the destination. We have somebody there that is. I'm there to take care of you with any issues you might have. Hey, your faucet in your bathroom's not working and you're not getting any attention from the hotel front desk. That's where you call me. I'm gonna help you get that taken care of, get your rooms changed, or God forbid something happens medical, you have somebody there that can, this is the proper way to handle this, and this is what you need to do, and things like that.
Well, and it's like when you sit down with a travel professional, like the insurance we talk about, you're booking stuff online, you're just clicking. But now you get a chance. Oh, by the way, can I ask you again? Hey, I was wondering, or a week before you go, you pick up the phone, I just want one more question. And the other great thing about AAA, and I'm sure you see it every day, so not that you take it for granted, but you know what I think about when I think AAA and those brick and mortars? Comfort. It's like home. I'm familiar with it, that I know no matter how cold it is or how lousy of a day I'm having, they're there. I just got to pick up the phone and I can be on a plane like tomorrow.
Yes.
Or if I have a problem with my vehicle, or I need something with the Department of Motor Vehicles, or like home insurance, auto insurance, life insurance. It's all right there with those 3 A's.
Absolutely. And you're going to see a lot of that at the showcase. We have we call it a mini branch. So we have all the components with the exception of driver's license and stuff like that. But a couple new things for the showcase this year. Ida would be remiss if I didn't talk about this. So we're really excited. Aer Lingus is coming to the showcase, and they are our new airline out of the Pittsburgh International Airport that's doing nonstop service to Dublin and beyond. So I just took, when I went to France in October, I took the British Airways nonstop to London, and then I had a nonstop London to Nice. It was the greatest thing to not have to connect, 2 times, because before it would have been a little hard to get to Nice without connecting.
Let me tell you how perfect she is. She misspelled one of the words in Aer Lingus. She sends me another email just to say, I
made a mistake.
And I kind of knew who it was. And she sends so much stuff. I didn't have the heart to tell her, but I'm like, I have an ink printer, so I don't want to blow out all my ink.
And kill trees.
I'm going to wait till I get here where we have laser printers. I've never seen any. Listen, I've worked with them all. Some of the biggest rock promoters in the country. I've never seen anybody so thorough as Ida.
And her career is amazing.
It's legendary.
Yeah.
You know how that Pittsburgh
talks about Michael Jackson and
listen, the Pittsburgh Walk of Fame that Michael Keaton went on. They're taking nominations. I think she should be nominated.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she's done it all. And the sad thing of it, she looks 20 years younger than me.
We're the same age. We're always complaining about our little tiny issues that we might have, and like, oh, it stinks to get old.
But you know what? The juice, the action.
Yes, she's great.
At this this wonderful travel showcase, being at that convention center, it's so energetic. It's electrifying, and everybody in there, we all have one thing in common: we love AAA.
Yes, and hopefully the love of travel. So, Rob, another new thing before we
take your time.
We have a whole row. Speaking of drive trips, in our own backyard.
Bay Carsons, as we used to call it.
Yes, we did. Very good. That's a good memory.
Thank you.
But we have a whole row dedicated to Pennsylvania.
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, anybody you can think of. Visit Erie, the Laurel Highlands, Butler. A lot of the different convention and visitors bureaus are there. We're really excited about that because Pennsylvania, I mean, they talked about it at a couple shows. We want to have a whole row of just PA. So here we are in our 9th year and we have it. So we're excited about that.
You're a young family out there and you're listening. You want to get the kids out of the house and don't let them go out and play all day, right? You just want to take them where you can do a family event. And you really want to have just enough money, but you don't want to break the bank to get everybody on a vacation, to get them thinking July, Pennsylvania, we're going to Erie. This is where you take them.
Absolutely. Well, so many places. I mean, Pennsylvania has a lot to offer. We're here in little western Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania is a big state.
Go up to Ligonier. You want to see a forest?
Yeah. Ligonier is beautiful.
It is beautiful.
And then we have a row of Caribbean. So we have Jamaica, Barbados. We have the Virgin Islands, the British Virgin Islands.
So is a new concept doing like a row this year?
Well, we're trying to get a row of everything.
Wow.
We've had some competition with some New York shows, but we're getting over that. We're really excited about the PA line row. I'm sure Ida will be working on another row for next year to be more excited about. So, and we have some Ohio people there. My passion, Ohio, the heart of it all.
Absolutely.
And we have some West Virginia a little bit, and
that's big with tourism.
Yeah, West Virginia's hot for us, like so picturesque and so different from PA, but all the same.
So let me ask you this, and I brought this up a couple of years ago. Are there still people that just want to go on a ski vacation?
Yeah, we don't see too much of it. Like we used to package ski vacations quite a bit. We don't see a lot of it. The expert skiers, they do their thing. Like, we'll do the airline tickets out to, let's say, Colorado, or there's some great packages that we can offer for the Canadian Rockies, which is really popular in the wintertime. But yeah, there's still people that definitely skiing is huge. I mean, we got the Winter Olympics coming up, and there'll be a spurt of that after that. So
listen, if Italy has everything. I was watching something on Netflix today about this Italy thing in Sicily and the beauty and just people like on these just verandas and there's beautiful water behind them and that Gothic Roman like architectural design. So jealous.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. Get those tickets January 23rd, 24th, 25th. Hope to see you there. Well, yeah, we're going to see you there. We'll be back in a moment.
It's the little things, the information you need, people you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Warm up your home this winter with a brand new roof from Home Genius Exteriors. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, you can get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS for your free, no obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. Visit the country's largest travel booking show January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's a global travel extravaganza with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is a message from your sponsor, Intuit TurboTax. This year, file your taxes with TurboTax and hand everything off to one of the thousands of experts who can get you filed online with 100% accuracy. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in the iOS mobile app.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're just about out of here. Listen, we are going to talk a little bit about your incredible career.
Aw.
And I know you say you're going to be back, but that's what a lot of people in my life have said, and they never come back. But, boy, we've had a great run.
We have, definitely.
You've been such a bright light to me.
Aww.
And look, between you and all the others that I continue to mention and been here since day one, and that's how this whole show, I mean, Jim Lehman had an idea. And
I'll remember the first time I was here. Jim was sitting over there by you, then it was me, and then Tracy. We all three did it together the first time I was on.
Yeah, we've been like family for a long time. And I got to be honest with you, I was rooting for the new team, but I kept saying, you're going to have to show me some stuff.
Oh, they're coming along.
Oh, my
yes.
goodness. Listen to me. I can't believe that much talent. Every one that you all picked have hit it out of the park.
Aw, that's good.
So
that's good.
A great judge of talent for sure. Like my boss, Mr. Comanche here, same way. Some people just have that gift, and you guys have that gift. But you know what I love about this conversation? It's about joy. And you just say that word vacation, and I don't care who you are, even if you haven't been on a vacation since you were 10 years old, you go back to some of the happiest times in your life.
It is. I mean, our vacations when I was growing up was camping in a tent.
You've outdone that a little bit.
I've outdone that a little bit, but I still love to do camping.
Now, how long's your dad been gone?
2005, so 20 years.
My mom, too.
Yeah.
But can you imagine if you could see him now and say, look where I've been since you passed?
Aww.
He would be like so proud of you.
He would be. My mom talks about the travel experiences, because I've been able to take her on a few. We went to German Christmas markets together, one of my favorite trips with Mom, and we went to London and England together. We had such a great time, and we've gone to beach vacations. We've always taken Mom with us as a family.
These family trips you do every year. I wish more families, we should do a show on getting your family back together for one big vacation.
And you know what, Rob, we did that last year. All of my siblings and my mom's grandchildren, we went to the Smoky Mountains, Gatlinburg, and my mom it just made her the happiest mom, grandma, great-grandma ever. She was just in her glory. We rented a VRBO cabin. There was 26 of us in there, and we just had a great time. Great time. And those memories you'll cherish forever. So, I mean, travel, whether it's near, far, exotic, or just camping, it's like those are family treasures, friends and family treasures.
I've never told this story, but I'm going to tell it, and because I think it's appropriate, because this being your final appearance as far as a full-time employee at AAA. So my mom and dad never went anywhere. Geneva on the Lake, they raised 6 kids, had to count every penny. But when we were all out of the house finally, and like my dad said, you're 26, don't you think you need to go? So I was back for my second stint, and I finally went, and they started going on these trips through AAA in Rochester, motor coach, right?
Uh-huh.
And when my mom passed, 5 years after my dad, my brother-in-law, who was the executive, said, this is what your father has. I'm like, where'd that come from? What they would do, they would go on a vacation, sometimes twice a month, 4 or 5 days, Atlantic City, wherever. And my dad would say, you know what, let's take the final day and what we would have spent and put it in the bank. And my mother said, well, because that way the kids will have a little bit, even though they could. I always wanted to take them on these vacations. So for the next, whatever it was, he retired at 58, died at 73. So you do the math, going on multiple vacations a year that they never did. He just took some of that extra money, did a little math. He was good with numbers. And because of that, even though we weren't on those trips, we actually benefited from those trips.
That's awesome. That's an awesome story. You never told me that before.
No, that's how good my dad was. So all I'm saying is, I guess, don't wait.
Right, exactly.
And now with the ability, like at the Travel Showcase, Pennsylvania Road, driving vacations, there is something for everyone. Even if you take your children to a water park or a pool in Erie and let them swim for the weekend, there's no reason why families should not travel, and AAA makes that possible.
Yeah, and you mentioned Erie. I mean, we have a mini expo up there in March, and you feel like you're on vacation. I know March, it's still Erie and it's cold, but we go up there for meetings and we stay right next to the Bayfront Convention Center at the courtyard. And you do feel like you're on vacation. You look out your window and this beautiful lake and the sunsets and the boats are out there and the sailboats. It's just a cool experience. So there's a lot of places in our own backyard that people can get a good weekend. Don't let those, I always say, don't let your vacation days expire and not be able to use them. I know a lot of people get the PTO now where they don't expire, but some people still get the several weeks a year and they don't use them and they go away. So don't let that happen.
My dad was a great guy, but he was tough. But you know how I always knew it was vacation? He would actually say on that day, hey, good morning.
Aww.
He was in such a great mood just to be able to go to that little place that was Geneva on the Lake.
Yeah.
Rent that cottage, be with my mom, and be with his kids. And, just life was good, man. And it can be good again. You just need to make the most of it. And that's why I love this travel showcase so much, because you've got river cruising has become huge, okay? It's
Very
another
huge.
example how it's evolving. But all of this stuff is so affordable now. You're getting a chance to do multiple trips of a lifetime that maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago couldn't happen. But there's something for everyone. If you've ever dreamt about Ireland, or you want to go on that river cruise, or you actually want to go to the Caribbean for the first time, you definitely have to come to the Travel Showcase.
Absolutely.
So in closing, I'm going to give you the final minute or so. Your journey with AAA, how would you sum it up?
An adventure.
Literally.
Yes, a literal adventure. I mean, I started out years ago. I won't say the year, but I've been in the travel business for 43 years. This is coming up on, so I've been very fortunate. Most all of those years were with AAA, and they have been so good to me. I've been able to travel all 7 continents, some of them a couple of times. Some of them I would definitely go back to. Some of my favorite trips are the trips where I see our passengers, our AAA members gelling with others, and by the end of the trip they've made friends and they're planning their next vacation together, where they didn't even know them before they stepped on our tour or our cruise. And we have lots of those now, and I stay in contact with many of them. But some of my favorite destinations are a lot of the exotic ones. I have to say, Alaska's my favorite place in the world. My favorite beach place in the world is Hilton Head Island.
Right.
And then my favorite adventure vacations have been obviously Antarctica and Tanzania, the safari that I went on a few years ago. I'm still in touch with all of those people. In fact, we're planning something in 27, which hopefully I'll be able to come back on and chat about. They're wanting to see polar bears, so we haven't decided if it's going to be Norway or it's going to be Canada.
Listen, that's my favorite of all your trips.
The safari or Antarctica? Norway? Yeah. Well, I didn't get to Norway, but I was in Sweden and
Oslo?
and Finland. Finland.
Finland. Okay.
Finland is the one
wherever it was winter and you were there, that was my
with
favorite.
the reindeer and the
That was my
ice.
favorite.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was very awesome. And Andrea's going to come back, and I know Alicia's been to Alaska. She came back, and I said, "Don't you guys take over my happy place?"
Well, listen, you've made me nothing but happy.
Aw.
I love you like a family member. And I'm going to miss seeing you on a
Likewise.
regular basis, but I'm just
We'll
a phone
definitely
call away.
stay in touch, yeah.
Well,
and I'll
listen,
be back.
I'll see you at the Travel Showcase.
Yes, 2 weeks.
All right, don't forget, PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. Marita will be there. We'll all be there. We hope to see you there. I know we're going to see you there. And anything you need, again, including tickets, PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. So what's the rest of your day like?
A little bit of shopping and then home to maybe take down some Christmas stuff, which is always sad for me because I love Christmas.
I know you do.
So next year I'll have it up longer because I'll be able to put it up earlier because I won't be working in the office.
I love what I do. And and you've got some little grandkids. If I had some little ones, it would be different. But you're going to really make the most out of it. 'Cause
Absolutely.
You're not going to stop, but you're going to get a chance to breathe a little bit.
Right.
And that's good for you. All right, stay with us. We've got an incredible story and an entrepreneur that you don't want to miss coming up right after Rob checks the new news. Please stick around for this. You're going to love it.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rich Fitzgerald, Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
This place in southwestern Pennsylvania with Robotics Row, with AI technology, with all the things that have been happening really over a number of decades, has really put us in a good place. And we're seeing that economically transform this region.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Huddle up and get ready for the big game with some delicious treats from our bakery at Coons Market. Everything that's sweet for the big game is waiting for you at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh and football tradition.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 49 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a man was found pistol whipped in the Bluff. It happened Friday night around 11 o'clock at the intersection of Jamonville Street and the Boulevard of the Allies. That man was dropped off or actually transported to the hospital in critical condition. He's now in stable condition. Pittsburgh police were called to Obama Academy in East Liberty Friday night following a report of a large fight involving juveniles. About 200 juveniles gathered in the parking lot of the school after a sporting event. Police say 40 to 50 of them were involved in a physical altercation. Officers deployed pepper spray to disperse the crowd and restore order, according to Pittsburgh Public Safety. There were no injuries reported. Well, will the Monday Night Football playoff game mean a big shot in the arm for Northside businesses? Mike Sukic is owner of Mike's Beer Bar and North Shore Tavern. He says it will mean a busy night during a slow night of the year, but is expecting it to have pretty much the same sales volume as he sees with a typical Monday Night Football game.
It's just one of those things where we'll have people come in. It'll be a good traditional Monday night crowd. So, if the game were on Saturday or the game were on Sunday, our business would be impacted, I think, in a much better way.
And that's because there would be other games for his customers to watch before and after the Steelers game, and because out-of-town fans tend to come in the day of the game and leave the next morning. KDKA Radio News Time is 12:02. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. Visit the country's largest travel booking show January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's a global travel extravaganza with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be a soggy one with rain and drizzle, high 51. A shower this evening, followed by a snow shower late tonight, low 31. Heavy snow showers 34 tomorrow and some sunshine 38 Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Degger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Medici Wine Importers. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, I get up very early to come to work on the weekends, and some days it's a labor. Then there's days it's a labor of love. And when I found out about Jason Grant, who's going to be joining us here in just a couple of moments, I did the deep dive because it's what I do every day in this business. And I got to tell you, more charming, more interesting, but more importantly, a message that needs to be heard. So we're going to let him tell you about the company, which continues to get huge reviews around the world, rave reviews. But it's the backstories, I like to say, that I think all of you need to hear, and it will definitely give all of you, especially those of you who are struggling, some hope. So, Jason, it's nice to have you here at KDK, and please tell everybody who you are representing here today.
Thank you, Rob. My name is Jason Grant. I am the founder, owner of Medici Importers Global, which is a Pittsburgh-based food and wine import company, specializing in luxury boutique products from Italy. And we established ourselves in 2023, early 2023, made our first dollar in May of 2023, and have had much success in those 2 years. Well, now almost 2.5 years. And it's a labor of love. We partner with about 22 different wineries in Italy, soon to be expanding, and one major food producer in Italy, in the form of San Marzano tomatoes distributed by Greco & Sons here in Pittsburgh.
Listen, it's incredible. Just a cup of coffee, or should I say espresso in Newcastle, born there, but then was on the road, and a journey that has taken him all around the world. But the unique story about this, and when I was telling people about you, they love the product, but they say, it's just ironic that this guy is like talking about his sobriety more times than not. And I'm like, sobriety? And he sells wine.
That's right.
And they're like, yeah, alcoholic, and he's been, as you just told me, for 5 years. So let's talk about the backstory.
Okay.
So
All right.
how did you end up on that side of life?
Okay. Well, like many in my position, and being I'm an alcoholic. Always, once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. So,
right.
It just one day, it's as if I think I liken it best to when I was 16. I had my first beer, and it was like throwing a pebble into the North Sea. And then some odd years later, that pebble created a wave that came on the Atlantic coast and crashed over me. So it kind of took over. I was bankrupt spiritually, emotionally, and mentally. And then I had a gift, a grace, maybe you could call it, that just removed that desire. And I woke up. And although my personality is exactly the same, what really occurred is that I was liberated into a person who is free from kind of dependency in all forms. So I'm able to move about the cabin freely now and express myself in an honest, empathic, sensitive way to the people around me and to the community. So being sober is a gift from God. No, without a doubt. It's a true miracle. If you would have seen me and if you would have known me over 5.5 years ago, you would not believe who's sitting in front of you.
Very. If you haven't seen him, if you watch right now, Metropolitan Window video screen, click on KDKA Watch, KDK, of course, .com, KDKRadio.com, or our YouTube channel. Very slender, very aristocratic, very stylish, got a European flair to him. But you told me during the height of this very bad time in your life, you're like 230 pounds.
I was 232 pounds. Yeah, I was. I had man boobs and everything. It was a sight to see. I was a bloated. It's just what happens when you lose sight of yourself. When you're governed by fear. Honestly, there's so many things wrapped into why people become dependent on any substance. But I could say very clearly that life changes dramatically when you let it go.
So is this a fair statement, Jason? Because you've had great success in such a short time, so you have to be doing something right. And a high-profile friend of mine, entrepreneur, who will remain nameless, I'm sure he's all in because that's where I've heard the name before. But you could have very easily not told this story. You could have just rode the wave and said, I'm just going to be a capitalist here and let it go.
Correct.
But you feel the need to do it, and I respect you for that.
I'll explain exactly why. So another high-profile person would not mind me mentioning his name. His name is Clint Hurdle. Clint Hurdle is 20-some-odd years sober, and he's a friend of mine.
The former manager.
Former manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, correct. Right. And so he's an advocate for, he lacks his anonymity because you never know how many people you can help. So the reason I declare at all parties where somebody offers me a drink, I say, no, I don't want to drink. I don't drink. They'll say, oh, why? I say, well, because I'm an alcoholic. And they'll say, oh, that's interesting. And you never know who could hear me saying that and then know somebody who needs help. So I'm always here to say yes to anybody who desires to stop drinking. And that's the way I was taught. And that's the way I'm going to behave. I help as many people as I can. And that's how we go around. That's how it works. One hand helps the other. So I don't hide it. I'm very proud of it, actually. Without that sobriety, I wouldn't be here today.
His hurdleisms, look, because I do sports also.
Oh, did you get that book?
Yeah. And I did Pirate Sunday for 10 years, still host a sports show here. He is a very interesting individual.
Very well-spoken, too.
I mean, incredibly well-spoken.
Yeah.
As you are.
Oh, I try. I don't know.
Yeah. Listen, believe me, I know a little bit about speaking, and you're good at it. So the spiritual connection to it, was that a necessary component to get where you are today?
1,000%. So I've always been a spiritual person, and the struggle was that I had a spiritual experience very early on in life, and I had no ability to cope I had no coping skills or tools in my belt to manage that experience. Like it was like as if God gave me an eyedropper full of life's purpose and said, okay, go, here you go, now go live it. But I had the inability to do so. So for many, many years, it was like a rubber band being stretched and stretched and stretched and stretched until it almost snapped. And the day it all came back and honed into one spot again was the day I put down a drink. The day that I was in a complete blackout and called for help. I said, I need help. Somebody came. And that connection to something outside of myself, which I believe I'm part of a universal consciousness, that I'm an instrument of, that I'm a living representation of. Without that connection, there's really no depth to sobriety. So there's a difference between somebody who just stops drinking and then somebody who tries to maximize their relationship with their spirituality.
What we're going to find out, there's a reason they've got global in their name, because this really is a global entity. You know, you mentioned that rubber band theory, and you think about it, you stretch it to the point it will snap, but if you ease and let it relax, it will go back in place. So are you right now in your best place ever?
I am in the best shape of my life. I play tennis as much as humanly possible. Matter of fact, balance is a huge part of my life. So would the company be at 3x of what it's doing right now if I was to dedicate 100% of my day to it? Absolutely, but I need balance. So I create balance by playing a lot of tennis, and I sleep well. There's no anxiety, zero anxiety. One of the rewards of being sober would be a beautiful night's sleep.
Here's the thing that amazed me about you, why I knew even more you were the real deal. I've done a lot of shows about recovery. You know, for many years, Dr. Abraham Tversky at Gateway, no longer with us, but I've been there, seen it all, experienced it in the family. And most people that are alcoholics carry the coin, you know, whatever, and they'll say, every day is a struggle. You just have to get through that day just like the next day. But you said, and that's why spirituality's got to be something involved here. I said, is it a struggle? And you went, no.
So there's an interesting phrase. Many are picked, few are chosen. But by the grace of God go I. Why put a question mark where God puts a period? If you are actually somebody who can take their ego out of a situation and realize that you are not in the driver's seat, you are in the passenger seat. If you just act and behave in accordance with the kind of governing principles of the universe, like honesty, empathy, compassion, and these are your motivating kind of edicts that you act upon, then you're going to see that life is more easy and more comfortable. And I'll just show you, just so you know. The coin is in my pocket.
There you go.
It's got a nice Roman numeral 5 of it.
I see it.
But yeah, spirituality is... so I didn't have a drinking problem. I had a thinking problem. And the only solution was a spiritual one.
Wow.
You know, if I had a drinking problem, I'd still be drinking today. It was my interpretation of the world, my reaction to the world.
We're also going to talk about the product, because he's always excited to talk about that. What's the best way for people to find out more about what you do?
Best way to find out about what we do is Instagram. So Medici Importers Global is our Instagram handle, and same thing on Facebook. Part of our relationship and our partnership with restaurants, hotels, country clubs, hospitality groups is doing a collaboration where we place our wines and then we showcase their cuisine and do a kind of a collaboration reel. Believe me, I'm not a Instagrammer, but I'm becoming one. I understand the necessity.
I can handle all that for you. You just do what you do, and I'll take care of the rest. Very interesting. And I just, believe me, I'm all about the truth in this business.
That's right.
And this is a responsibility, this communication thing. And I've been here since the mid-'80s, grew up listening to this station. So you're doing so much good today. And I know you know that, but believe me, from just having a little bit more experience, you're helping someone as we speak. And that's a good thing.
That's all I want.
We'll come back. Stay with us. Jason's going to be with us until 1 o'clock. It's your Pratt Pack today, KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Meditage Importers Global. He is Jason Grant. He is joining us today on Pittsburgh Works. So let's go back 2023, January. You decide to launch this massive endeavor.
Right.
How did it come about?
Okay, so I was a director of operations for a small restaurant group here in Pittsburgh, and after COVID, we reduced down to one store, and that'll remain nameless. And I wanted to quit, and I was very loyal to my owner. Matter of fact, he was the one who, when I asked for or explained that I needed help, I said, Joe, I'm an alcoholic. I need help. He said, "Oh, go get help. Your job will be here when you get back." So, I mean, what a blessing that was. And so I would do whatever Joe wanted me to do, but I did want to quit. And he said, "No, just focus on selling wine." And so I learned very quickly that the wine industry, the vendor side of it, there was very little genuine care and concern for my needs as a business operator, and it was more, what can we just sell this guy? And so the year 2022 came, and this particular store that I was operating in, we did $1 million in bottles of wine only, number 4 in Allegheny County, next to Rivers Casino, Duquesne Club, blah, blah, blah. And I said to myself, I'm buying hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of wine, and they really don't care about me. They just care about the sale. And so I said, you know what? I know this industry well. I drank for 38 years, so I know the product intimately. I'm going to start a company, and we're going to base it on principles that are guided by true partnership, genuine care and concern for our clients. When I recommend wine, I can only kind of, at this moment, because we're in expansion mode, but up until today, we only carry Italian boutique wine. And boutique in the wine industry means a low production. So a family will produce maybe 10,000 bottles of, say, a Nebbiolo and maybe another 10,000 bottles of Sauvignon Blanc. That's boutique. It doesn't necessarily mean high-priced. So I wanted to partner and in a way that had the business in mind. Not my business, but their business. And so when I would go in and make recommendations, I said, I think you need this, that, the other, but I think you need California, maybe a little Argentine, but I can't help you with that. I'll turn you on to somebody who can help you. The main drive is building relationships. So my ambition is to build relationships with my partners in Italy, the artisans that create these food products and wine products, and share it with as many people as possible. So the sharing is where I find the joy, the expressions of love that come from, you know, a smiling face on the other side of the ocean when I say, people love your wine. They're like, they do? They love my wine? I said, yeah, they love it. And it makes them happy. And on this side, we're creating another level of exposure with the final consumer, which is, so we have placements, say, at Dianoia's. And then Dianoia's customers are enjoying, you know, Podere La Collina. And so it's a chain of sharing. And that's the impetus. The byproduct of all this is monetary. So if money is my focus, I'll never achieve my goal.
No, if you love something long enough, the money will come.
Yeah, it's a byproduct. It's a byproduct of doing the right thing.
And it's familiar, it's family, it's friends, it's kindred spirits, you know, it's breaking of bread.
We tell stories. We're storytellers. We're modern-day storytellers.
Well, you know, it's amazing. I was just telling you in the conference room, I've been doing this show for over 30 years, the Feast of the Seven Fishes show on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, why wasn't I invited?
Well, you will be now, believe me. Now that I know you're on the planet,
right.
You don't make any plans.
I exist, Rob.
Don't make any plans.
No.
But anyway, I was just thinking about all the people that I've known in my life, and there's that connection of food and family and friendship.
That's right.
And it's never really been about money, some of the most successful things I've done in my life. And what's amazing about this, 2023, do the math, it's 2026. We're just in the early stages, and you've been profitable every year. So it's,
That's right.
It's got to be something spiritually, emotionally, but it's connecting.
Well, and again, I think if you're guided by principles that take yourself out of the equation. So I'm not there's nothing about me that is selfish. I might be slightly vain. I think that still exists. I am human.
But you need a little.
Yeah, you need a little. And so, you touched on an interesting point that we have been successful, which is true.
A lot of competition.
So there's a lot of competition, and we've carved out a niche as a kind of the high-end luxury side of the Italian food wine market here in Pennsylvania. But we recently were approached by a private equity firm. I mean, I couldn't believe it.
Now you know you're doing something because they're approaching only the best of the best.
Right, and so they want to build a larger entity with small to mid-sized distributors, and it was just kind of a compliment. Whether that actually comes to fruition or not, we're working on it. But yes, we've been successful. We've achieved a large dollar monetary goal or plateau so far.
Something you've also added, and we're going to get into a true fashion statement, one of the most prolific names in fashion, the connection there, and it's word of mouth, it's the product, and that's how it works no matter what anyone thinks. These shows are great, publicity, all of it's good, but it's the product and how you approach it and the relationships and the networking you do. But you have expanded beyond Italian wines.
So we are in the process of expanding beyond Italian wines. So
how's that happening?
So so we have connections with some very prominent California producers. Now, here's the thing, Rob. We specialize in Italian wine because I'm Italian.
Yeah,
I know it well. So I endeavored to start with something that I could really excel at because it's my forte. But we don't want to say no. So if I have, say, let's use the example of Del Frisco's. Del Frisco's, we sell them wine. Del Frisco says, hey, do you have anything from California? Up until now, I have to say no. But we don't want to say no anymore. Now we have the legs, we have the foundation under us to expand the portfolio to have the ability to not say no. We want to be a one-stop shop. And that's part of our growth model is to diversify the portfolio, potentially in the future maybe merge, acquire, anything's possible. But we have a solid investment backing, and we have a drive and a passion that really is incomparable. I mean, these big stores, so these big outlets, meaning they'll remain nameless, but the large distributors are commodity brokers, and we are not. We're storytellers.
But you do have some strong relationships with this distribution network of yours, and that's been built through partnerships and handshakes, and I want to talk all about that. But what would you say to someone who likes wine, but they've never tried your product? How would you describe it right now? A little bit of everything, a boutique, a bouquet.
So, my portfolio, how I would describe somebody who likes wine, it'd be if you are in looking to explore Italian wine, you would be getting the benchmark of the varietals. So, in the category of, say, Valpolicella, if you were to try my Valpolicella, it would be the best of the best for the price point. So that's what because prior to starting the business, I knew what was available in the market. So I said, okay, I would buy the best available Valpolicella at the best available price. And I said, okay, well, part of me building my portfolio is I'm going to find a better Valpolicella at the same or better price. So we are best in class and best in category for all Italian varietals.
You've been doing this a while, but you're really well versed. You must love this product.
I love the ability to share the creations that are made by families that I know personally. And so, I'd like to eventually touch on how it really started, which was our first partnership with the Ferragamo family.
Yeah, that's a well-known family in that part of the world when it comes to making a fashion statement. But did you ever think you'd be where you're at today?
No. I don't. So all of this is beyond my wildest imagination, and there is something about, and I can bounce back and always refer to, the day the days following me getting sober, or stopping drinking, was that a gentleman told me, just think of the happiest you've ever been in your life, and he said, you're thinking about it? Do you know that moment? I said, yeah. Times it by 10, it's right around the corner.
And the great thing about live radio, no matter what comes down the pike, this form of communication, right now as we speak, someone is where he was years ago, and this just may be the turning point for them. And that's what I love about what I do. We'll be back. Stay with us. Much more to come today. Pittsburgh Works, your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Join America's hypnotist Mark Patrick and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, only $59.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also lose all the weight you want with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Weight loss hypnosis tomorrow, 11 a.m. at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Come 30 minutes early.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, Woodland Hills visits Pine Richland, presented by Invisalign. Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by Tobacco-Free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 47 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was found pistol whipped in the Bluff neighborhood. It happened Friday night around 11 o'clock. The man was found at the intersection of Jamonville Street and the Boulevard of the Allies. The adult male was found with multiple lacerations to the face. Police learned he had been dropped off at the location by private means. He was then transported to the hospital in critical condition. He's now in stable condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. President Trump held a meeting with oil executives on Friday where he continued the push for the acquisition of Greenland. Here's CBS News' Willie James Inman with more.
Also on Friday, the president doubled down on his ambitions for the U.S. to annex Greenland.
We are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland.
The White House has not ruled out using the military to acquire Greenland, which is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Danish officials have stressed Greenland is not for sale.
KDKA Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
She's back. Join Dr. Bridget Schufo at 9 this Sunday morning and see how her wellness and weight loss help you get rid of excess weight and, more importantly, keep it off with a healthy lifestyle. It's Dr. Schufo's Health and Wellness Show this Sunday at 9 a.m.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. Visit the country's largest travel booking show January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's a global travel extravaganza with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More rain expected through the afternoon, high 51. It tapers off to a snow shower late tonight, low 31. More snow showers tomorrow, could be heavy, high 34. And some sunshine up to 38 Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Medici Wine Importers.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, we are back. Jason Grant is here. Jason, again, tell everybody a little bit about your company. Then we're going to take a trip across the pond and talk about a real fashion influencer who really partnered up with this brand. So tell folks about the company.
Okay. Medici Importers Global, based here in Pittsburgh, luxury boutique food and wine importers. We distribute throughout the Northeast region. Our primary distribution partner for the food side is Greco & Sons, formerly Penmac Distribution. Now Greco & Sons owns that. We also are importers of over 100 individual bottles, so over 100 labels, spanning about 22 wineries, or 23, I'm not really certain of the exact number. And we've become established as the premier Italian wine importer in Pittsburgh.
All right, so tell everybody about a real fashion statement. Somebody who obviously has been successful decided to partner up with you.
So I had no partnerships. I had this idea late 2022 and decided to quit my job, spend all my money, and fly to, I branded the company. I used the The name, some people may have heard of the Medici family, Medici, and follow us on Instagram, please. Medici, Medici Importers Global. The Medici family were the patrons of the Renaissance in Italy. They are the first bankers. There's a mini-series on Netflix about them, so I encourage you to kind of get to know that family. But I had the impetus to start this company based on a few factors. I knew the industry well, and I saw a window of opportunity to do something a little different than the large guys. So I flew. Somebody had arranged for me to stay at Il Borro, Ilborro. And Il Borro is a family passion project of the Ferragamo fashion family. So Ferragamo is, Salvatore Ferragamo, most famously known as the shoemaker to the stars in the 50s. His son Ferruccio has turned it into a global billion-dollar conglomerate with stores everywhere. But they have a family passion project in Tuscany called Il Borro, where Ferruccio and his 6 children have a biodynamic, eco-friendly, self-sustaining farm and 5-star. Really, when you visit, it's like a 6-star Relais Chateau, which is basically a resort. But they also produce wine. So somebody arranged for me to stay there. And it was in the winter of 2023, and I land, and I go, and it's beautiful, it's epic, it's a medieval village renovated and reconverted into a Relais Chateau, and it's very quiet. So I'm in my little villa, and they had arranged for me to go to dinner, but they explained, they said, Jason, I know you're here to meet somebody to talk about the wine, but there's nobody here. None of the children are here. Salvatore Jr., who's Ferruccio's son,
right,
who's the CEO of Il Borro, he's not here. So go to dinner. And I said, all right. So I go to dinner, and a little car brings me to another building, and I go into the building, and on my way, being escorted upstairs to the second floor, and downstairs I notice a gray-haired gentleman. And I said, oh, okay, well, he's sitting alone. So I go upstairs, and the maitre d' sits me down. I said, excuse me, was that Mr. Ferragamo sitting downstairs? And he said, yes. And I said, well, would it be possible to meet him or say hello? And he said, I don't think so, but I'll go ask.
Wow.
So he comes back up, and he says, Mr. Ferragamo will be here in 4 to 6 minutes. And I said, okay.
That's being precise.
Yeah, super specific. So you knew it wasn't like fluff.
Right.
And I sat, and sure enough, in 4 to 6 minutes, this 6-foot-tall, gray-haired, with steel blue-eyed gentleman comes up, and I stand up, and within 1 minute, we are talking about philosophy, ideology, the nature of man, and kindness and generosity, and nothing to do with wine business or anything.
You immediately clicked.
We clicked. And for 20 minutes, we just are chatting. And it was a beautiful conversation. And I said, Mr. Ferragamo, you'll probably want to get back to your dessert or whatever. He said, oh, okay. And, it was really nice meeting. And I said, wait, before you leave, can you give my card to your son, Salvatore? So he goes, no. I know why you're here. You're our partner. Don't worry.
Wow.
So he leaves.
Wow.
And then the server comes by and says, Mr. Ferragamo would like to know if you're available for a private tour of the estate tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Let me check my schedule. I'll be
And
there.
I said, yes, of course. Right. So here he comes in the morning, and he picks me up in his pickup truck, and he's dressed head to toe like Elmer Fudd. And I said, Ferruccio, you're supposed to be a fashion icon. You're like a global name. You look like Elmer Fudd. He goes, yeah, I'm a farmer now. And so we go around for 4 hours. We pet horses. He shows me all the cows that make the Florentine steaks. We feed chickens. We're talking. It's just beautiful. So we say goodbye. I come back to the United States. I get a call from Salvatore, his son. He's in Miami. And Salvatore said, listen, Jason, I have one question for you.
How'd you do that?
What happened over there?
Right.
And I said, well, what do you mean? He goes, my father doesn't talk to anybody. He's a recluse. And I said, here, I'm going to tell you what happened. I'm on the bus. You're on the bus. Ferruccio's on the bus. None of us are driving. God's driving. He did it all. So thank God, not me. And he said, I love it. I can't wait to meet you. And since then, Salvatore has become a very close friend. He comes to Pittsburgh once a year to participate in my annual gala called an Italian Affair, which is now held at the Omni William Penn with the Pittsburgh Opera performs. We hold an annual event called an Italian Affair. That is the state's most premier wine event possible. People fly in from New York, Chicago, Boston just to attend. Now, really, why are they there? They're not there for me. They're there to see Salvatore Ferragamo, which is, and he always jokingly starts off his presentation with, I can't help you with shoes or bags, but I can help you with the wine. So it's a really fun event. It's become like a really hard ticket to acquire. You can get them now. You can't get tickets now, but you can get on the list by going to our website, MediciImportersGlobal.com, and going to the events page.
Medici, that's such a beautiful name.
Yeah.
It just rolls off your tongue. As I said, I was watching some of your videos on Facebook, and it's amazing. It really is. But listen, here's the other thing. I think we both can agree, and we all have our demons. But there are people that can socially drink and do it healthy and do it right. My mother would go out with my dad once a week, 2 or 3 drinks, 2 cigarettes. That was it.
Yep.
So we understand that it's a good thing, and there are people that do it responsible and don't have issues.
Right, and it's a very personal thing. So what defines an alcoholic? It's really self-defined. Like, you know if you have a problem.
Explain that to me. So what is a alcoholic?
Okay, so there are 3 types of drinkers. There's somebody who can have a glass of wine, and maybe they don't finish it, and they leave. Okay, and then there's another type when they drink, sometimes bad things happen. Maybe they get into an argument. Maybe they're not driving so well. And then the third is an alcoholic. What defines the alcoholic is really personal. You know whether you have a problem with alcohol. There's a story I heard in one of the rooms is there's a doctor, and every day he'd get home and he'd make himself a vodka martini. And one day he made 2. And after that, the day he made that second one, he said, I think I have a problem. I'm going to go to, and he's actually a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. So it is so personal. And if you can't recognize it in yourself, most likely other people are going to recognize it for you.
Sometimes I wonder, like right now, who we are helping. I've done shows where we've talked about suicide and all these things out there. And you realize that it just takes that one moment in time.
If I could help one person today, we don't have to talk about the company anymore. So it's the most important thing. Somebody said yes to me when I asked for help. And I will always say yes to somebody if they request help. That is not an option. It's an obligation. It's a contract, actually. It's a contract with God, of my understanding, and my part in the universe to help as many people as I can. It's not always with alcohol. It's just maybe a different perspective on life where they don't have to be as anxious. But a lot of people live with anxiety, and that's generally self-induced. They're creating a fictitious future and worried about a future that doesn't even exist, or trying to rewrite a past that's never going to happen again.
Well, here's the thing. You go back years when you had that 7-day blackout that you talked about. The future was like the next second, the next minute. But now your future is 5, 10, 15, 20 years and beyond. So 10 times as happy that day.
Yeah.
You're living it right now.
Right. It's very interesting to try to live as much as you can in the moment. Because if you collect the nows, this now that I'm having with you, Rob, is perfect. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
The conversation is nice. I'm comfortable. I'm happy. I'm healthy. And if I collect and add the nows together, it's always good.
Listen, if I had somebody who could be my accountant and have your business matrix, I can talk. I'd be on top of the world. This is a great recipe. You've been just absolutely wonderful. We'll come back. One more segment. Stay with us.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen, before we get out of here, Jason, again, we'll let you tell everybody about the company at the end. We'll talk about the future. What would your message be? And there's more than that one, but I always like to make it one-on-one. Somebody listening right now who had to pull over or is at home, their children are out in the living room playing, they're trying to hide it, they're just upside down, their employer's starting to catch on to them, they don't even know if they're going to be able to continue to go to work.
Yes.
What would you say to them?
Well, that was me, pull over, pick up the phone, and call somebody and tell them you need help. That's it. It's as simple as that. It's exposing yourself. It's dropping the bag of bricks that are on your back for one instant, and reaching out to somebody and saying, hey, I need help. Do you know somebody? And now whoever's listening knows me. So you can pick up the phone and call me without giving my phone number over the phone. You just direct message me on MediciImportersGlobal.com. I'll help anybody. I will put you in the right direction. If I can't help you personally, you're going to meet somebody who can.
So let's take it one step further. Right now, we live in this opioid crisis. It's just destroying America as we speak.
Thank God I'm afraid of needles.
Friends, family, I've seen it firsthand.
Right.
And people lose sight about drink, and it is a chemical, and it is a drug, and it is a mind-altering substance. And sometimes, the late Michael Landon, before he died, one of the last things he said, I don't know if you remember, he said, people don't understand that there are more young people becoming alcoholics because of the mind-numbing drugs like marijuana and things of that nature. Your gag reflex, you can drink more. It becomes, to the point where they're drinking 10, 15 drinks a night. alcohol is still a massive problem, and people need to understand over drinking is just as bad as doing any drug.
You know, I have to just comment on Rob. Can you find the irony in this entire conversation? I'm a complete advocate for somebody who's an alcoholic or somebody struggling who needs help to recover, but yet I'm also a wine importer. There's irony there.
I know.
There's irony there. But so I don't promote to alcoholics, obviously. I promote to regular, normal drinkers.
That's what we talked
about
earlier.
And there are more normal drinkers than there are alcoholics. But it's interesting you point that out. There are only 2 substances that you can die from the withdrawals of. One of them is alcohol.
Absolutely.
You cannot die from withdrawing from heroin, which is, it may feel like you're dying, but you're not going to die. But you have to do it if somebody's a serious alcoholic. It has to be weaned. You have to be weaned off with a doctor's supervision.
And they say, and obviously detoxing from alcohol is just...
Yeah, it's not fun, yeah.
No.
I had to do it twice, yeah.
So how do you know, or do you know, or is it every day, or that you're going to be okay moving forward?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm spiritually connected.
And
Rob.
that's what's going to get you over the hurdle that sometimes people don't.
So when I say many are picked, few are chosen, I have zero struggle with the desire to drink. It has been delightfully and gracefully removed from me by my understanding that I am part of something bigger than me. God has a huge role in my life, not the God on a cloud, but my understanding of God, my place in the universe, my role to help others. There is, it's inexplicable. I can't. There are no words to explain to you why do I struggle, why do I not struggle, and why do others struggle. But by the grace of God go I. In other words, and it's very curt. It's better ye than me. Better you than me. I can't explain it to you. It's a miracle.
All right, so you're not a psychologist, but I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
And try to make some sense of this for me. Pandemic hit.
Yes.
I was eating stuff that I haven't eaten since my grandmother made for me.
Right.
Gained a ton of weight.
Yes.
Back where I always was my whole life. But you know what gives me satisfaction now? And I do a cooking show.
Yeah.
Love the grocery business. And I love watching cooking videos. Even though I'm not eating all of this stuff, being around it gives me joy, and I get the same fulfillment, satisfaction without eating to the point where my blood pressure is sky high.
Right. Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, so my interaction with alcohol is, and believe me, I have to pre-qualify all of the wines that I sell. So how do I ascertain and discern their value? By smelling it.
Wow.
So I can actually I can profile, describe, and discern what wine is in the glass by smelling it, much better than I ever did by tasting it. Matter of fact, in Italy, some of the winemakers wouldn't sell to me because I don't drink. And I had to say, listen, give me that glass, let me smell it, I'll tell you exactly what it tastes like. And once I did that, they're like, who is this freak?
He's the whisperer.
Yeah, he's a whisperer, right. So I liken it to flowers. I like the way flowers smell. I don't want to eat them.
Excellent. All right, vision, future. What do you see?
Expand. Expand.
Like how and where?
Expand out of state. So we are currently distributing, for the most part, in Pennsylvania. We are going to act more as a broker. So that's a direct wholesaler here in Pennsylvania. And we will be becoming more proactive and engaged in broker sales across other states. There is, like I mentioned, that private equity firm that could really change the profile of the portfolio overnight. Giving us access to maybe 600 bottles 600 labels that we currently don't have. But a lot on the horizon. We just want to keep partnering and building strong relationships with our producers in Italy, and more importantly, with the people in the state of Pennsylvania and the community that we live in.
So I've been doing a travel show for 30-some years, but I've never been to Italy.
Well, that's sad.
I know. I got to definitely change that. But I have had a lot of people go there, people who live there part-time now. Is it as charming as one would appear when you watch a video or a travel show? And do they go at a different speed than we do in this country?
Oh, yeah. So the phrase, we live to work, because we're governed by the almighty dollar, they work to live. They shut down at frickin' 2 o'clock and maybe come back to work at 5. You know, their lifestyle is completely different. You don't gain a pound when you're over there. You're going to eat multiple meals a day. You can't gain weight. There's no weird stuff in the food. I had broccolini over there, and I said, "What is this?" And they said, "It's broccolini." I said, no. This has to be some kind of other thing.
Tortellini, but I've never heard of broccolini.
Broccolini. It's an Italian broccoli.
Right.
And I said, so I've had broccolini here in the States a million times, but never really truly tasted broccolini because there's no GMOs or growth hormone. Whatever they're doing is just all organic. It's so freaking good. It's indescribable. And is it charming? Beyond all comprehension.
Medich Importers Global. He is Jason Grant. The final minute. What do you want to leave the audience with?
I want to leave the audience with a message of hope.
So important.
The audience, like I was at one point in my life, in a point of desperation. And there is always the option to change. If nothing changes, nothing changes. So something has to change. And you can do it.
Yeah, the impossible can become possible.
Miracles happen every day.
Listen, you've really done me a service today, and you make me realize why I love this business so much. I can promise you, 1 goes to 5, goes to 10. There are people right now that are making a phone call.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hey, come back. 7 Fishes.
I'll be back.
Make a date.
Yeah, I can't wait to do it again.
December 24th, Coons Market. All right, we'll take a break. Stay with us. Much more. Michael Bartley coming up later today, and Rob Taylor's got the news next. It's your Pratt Pack. See you tomorrow morning, everybody.
The proceeding was paid for by Medici Wine Importers. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rich Fitzgerald, Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
This place in southwestern Pennsylvania, with Robotics Row, with AI technology, with all the things that have been happening really over a number of decades, has really put us in a good place. And we're seeing that economically transform this region.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. Visit the country's largest travel booking show January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's a global travel extravaganza with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis Seminars. Lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis tomorrow at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Pittsburgh Western Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees now, Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. This just into the KDKA Radio Newsroom. Pittsburgh Public Safety says an 8-year-old male child is in the hospital after accidentally being shot by a 7-year-old. This happened this morning in the California Kirkbride neighborhood on the north side. A preliminary investigation found that the two boys were handling a gun in the basement of a residence in the 900 block of Kirkbride Street when the gun discharged. The 8-year-old was struck in the head. 8-year-old is currently in critical condition. 7-year-old and 15-year-old who were at the home at the time of the shooting were taken to police headquarters for questioning. A woman and her dog were shocked by electricity while on a run in the Strip District, and now that incident is under investigation. Montana Mitchell says she was running with her dog on Tuesday when her dog Denim was shocked by a live pole at Smallman and 11th Streets. While Mitchell was trying to take her dog's collar off, she too was shocked. Both Mitchell and Denim are expected to be okay. The city says the light pole was deactivated shortly thereafter and that there will be an analysis of every street pole, light, and masthead in the city. Well, deep conversations are being had among those demonstrating against the ICE-fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good. Here's CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes.
Sean Michael Steele at a Minneapolis memorial for Renee Nicole Good is thinking about the murder of George Floyd and how some in the nation reacted then.
I think people just didn't see themselves in what happened then because he didn't look like them.
But Steele says now people are beginning to see that it wasn't about him or her.
This can happen to anybody, and it shouldn't happen to anyone.
Steele says it is important to be here. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Pittsburgh police were called to Obama Academy in East Liberty Friday night following a report of a fight involving juveniles. About 200 juveniles gathered in that parking lot of the school after a sporting event, and police say 40 to 50 of the juveniles were involved